Okay. Yes. Does that sound kind of credible? I don't know. I mean, you try. Yeah. I'll go work on it.
Well, good morning. We'll call the Property and Facilities Committee meeting to order. We had a tour this morning of the veterinary diagnostic lab, and I took a tour of the old facility a few years ago, and my family and friends know that I couldn't stop talking about it afterwards. It was just an amazing visit, and today's was also very much needed, very important for the state and for the country. I think it's one of those things that'll help make Iowa agriculture not just competitive but dominant. And it's just a great example of the things that our universities do for the state of Iowa. So thank you very much for that. So we'll start with the minutes of our February 22nd meeting. Are there any additions or changes to the minutes? Hearing none, we'll recommend those to the board in the general agenda. So next, we have the Register of University of Iowa Capital Improvement Business Transactions. We have Rod Leonards to present.
Thank you, Regent Barker, committee members. The University of Iowa has 7 items on the Capital Register of business transactions. I'll go through each of them, and if you have questions during each, we can, or I can take the questions at the end. The first of the 7 projects is a permission to proceed with planning request related to 2 buildings. This is to build new medical and innovation biosciences laboratory spaces. As I mentioned, there are 2 buildings. One, the new pharmacy building, which was built with a shelled floor for the College of Pharmacy, currently empty. And then floors 3, 4, and 5 on the Pharmaceutical Science Research Building, which is the tower at the south end of the former pharmacy building, are part of this effort. And it's an effort that is being enabled by an $8.2 million grant and partnership funding from Governor Reynolds in the state of Iowa to advance economic development and the expansion of our efforts with our doctors at a very central location for health science-related research on the campus. Outside parties coming in to work with our folks. We're very excited about, and it's been a target for us for some time. In this project, we will invest the dollars granted by the governor's office and the state of Iowa, along with university funds, to fit out that 6th floor of the pharmacy building, allowing us then to remove functions from the lab space within the building across the street and activate those and modernize those for these bioscience laboratory environments that we will be using to the benefit of the campus and to the benefit of the state's efforts on biomedical research, innovations, device development, and obviously having an economic development benefit to our entire state. The project itself at this stage is estimated to be between $12 and $13 million. It's permission to proceed, so we will be investigating that. And as part of the request, we are also asking the board to waive the selection process and allow us to work directly with OPN Architects of Cedar Rapids and Iowa City and IMEG Corporation Engineering. They were both part of the team that developed and designed the pharmacy building rather, and also are very familiar from past studies with the pharmaceutical services area in working with pharmacy. So they'll give us a good head start and really cost-saving, time-saving measures on the design process.
So they are by far more familiar with this than any other firm could be, and that's why they're...
Absolutely. Yeah. And so we as we've indicated, we think 10 to 15% savings in design fees alone, but also their running start on having designed very similar research space on the floors adjacent to level 6. We'll be extruding that lab configuration plan upward to this shelled floor. So we're excited about getting it started and ask for the board's permission to advance that project. The second project is a permission to proceed as well related to our University of Iowa hospitals and clinics. We actually have a couple of projects related to UIHC here, and for that reason, though I don't see the screen you do for the Zoom participants, but we do have our CEO of the hospital, Kim Hunter, present by Zoom, as well as the head of Department of Pediatrics, Alex Basuk. Both are here to hear the conversation, but also participate if you so wish. This second project that I'm presenting is the Stead Family Children's Hospital Level 7 Expand NICU and extend the bridge that would connect that to the main hospital as it's described in the documents. As part of the Children's Hospital project, Level 7 was shelled, much like the project I just mentioned for our pharmacy project. And Level 6 hosts our NICU unit. And based on capacity issues that have been well documented and discussed here with the Board of Regents, we find it is an optimal and needed time for us to engage in activating that space and increasing our NICU operations, and then connecting to the John Papajohn Pavilion with this additional connection bridge. That is where we have units that report directly to the NICU work, our birthing and other elements we have that are in the John Papajohn facility. So this will connect that. This is, again, a permission to proceed. So our current planning suggests it would be a $40 to $49 million range of cost, but we'll obviously pin that down through the construction. It would be University Hospitals building usage funds. Again, similar to the last project, and because of familiarity with this specific building, we are asking the board to waive the design professional selection process. SALAM of Iowa City, formerly Hury International, was the primary designer for the Children's Hospital work in those adjacent floors and the NICU unit that is on the adjacent floor, and we would look at using that firm again to get a good running start on this project and expand from the 6th to the 7th floor and include both for our NICU operations. Some of the description include 28 new patient rooms, all the associated support spaces and infrastructure needed for a NICU unit and for our children and for their families. I'll stop there for that project.
Any questions from anyone on these? Oh, yeah. Regent Reiswig.
For both these projects, has the design work already been, I know for the big building, but has the design work already been done for these two already?
What I would say is not completed. Obviously, things change over time. We want to make sure that we're using the most modern indications of the programming needed for those specific spaces. But in general, both floors, both at pharmacy, 6th floor, and 7th floor at the Children's Hospital, were shelled with the intent of extruding, in both cases, upward the functions that are being housed on the floors below them. NICU for the Children's Hospital and research space in the 6th floor, which is what is on the 5th floor of the pharmacy building. So we start the design process with assumptions of it being a repeat, and there will be savings in that as well in the design, but we know there can be some changes and specific needs on those floors that will be attended to during design.
So the design documents that were provided previously, do we own those, or does the...
We do.
Okay.
We do. Now, we did not fully design either. They were designed as shelled floors. They have the same infrastructure, if you will, plug-in moments and HVAC and electrical and plumbing connections as would the floors below. But it isn't a finished design. We will go in both cases with the floor below as the design parameter for the floors we're going to do, and with hopes that there will be minimal changes to that.
Okay, the reason for my question
Yes.
is that if the design documents already exist and we've already paid and we already have those, in theory, you could just give them to any contractor, right?
If we weren't going to change them at all, yes. I mean, we've got a floor design, but we expect, and we're going to confirm that with our folks in the Department of Pediatrics and with the hospital administration, that we have for the units that are intended for this, all the needs they have to make sure that we do it right. Were there lessons learned from the floor below, for instance? And we'll go through that exercise. But again, we do have the design for the floor below. And so while we designed these two floors to be shelled, our expectation is we'll take that design upstairs and then make modifications to that if or as needed.
Okay, the existing contractor is familiar with it. That's awesome. I think that there's a lot of merit to that. I just want to make sure that 10 to 15% savings that you're talking about, where does that come from? Are they saying they have to do less design work compared to a competitor? Is that where primarily?
Yes, and just the system awareness and their running start. We will also, generally, the selection process will take a month to 2 months, so we'll get in effect, a 2 months head start. We'll start immediately with these firms on both projects. And yeah, familiarity with the systems and the drawings they produced and others are intended to be the savings related to their design work.
Okay, have we talked to any other design firms or contractors have they indicated that that would be the case as well, that they would have to kind of start over, more or less?
Not in these cases. I mean, we believe, as we have seen in projects we've done before, if working with the firm that is most familiar with the space, both during the design work that was done on those projects, which were significant, but also the construction phase administrative support they're doing and change orders and other things. They do, on these projects and others that we've faced like this, do hit the ground running like other firms would not.
Okay, thank you.
David?
Yes.
Just,
Regent Bates.
yeah, just to clarify, so the current NICU, if I have been told, I believe, is running about 95% full. And,
Yeah,
you know, so to lead to the need for
The
doing
need
this.
for this, yeah. And there I might invite CEO Kim Hunter and or Alex Basuk to take the microphone and give their UIHC perspective, but it's to confirm what you're saying, which is correct.
Okay, sure.
Right, that is correct. So yes, this is Kim Hunter, Regent Bates. And so you're right, our NICU serves so many little babies from across the state and a lot that can't be cared for anywhere else. We typically run 90% or greater occupancy. And what we know is with more and more OB services around the state closing or decreasing their services, then we are having a growth in deliveries here. And then there are a certain number of deliveries that require babies go to the neonatal ICU. So while at times we may have 10% capacity open, there are other times that we're completely full and we have babies that we room on our other regular nursing units of the Steph Family Children's Hospital. So we really do believe this is a need, and this is the time to move forward with expanding with those additional 28 beds.
Okay. Thank you.
Are these the last of the empty floors in both pharmacy and the Children's Hospital?
Pharmacy, yes. Kim, are there additional spaces you have that are not being fully utilized in that part of the UIHC?
So we have the 7th and the 8th floor of the Steph Family Children's that right now are shelled spaces. We're talking about this NICU being on the 7th floor, and then we would still have the 8th floor that would be unoccupied at this point.
For highest future need functions.
Okay.
Correct.
Based, Regent Bates, on hospital investigation and analysis on where it's most needed and where we're seeing the highest capacity issues related to children's care.
Thank you. I just thought it gave a good reason why we're looking at the brick and mortar.
Absolutely.
Great.
Thank you.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, project number 3 is a request to the Board of Regents for approval of the project description and budget, the design project description and budget for an enabler project for our already discussed with the board patient hospital at UIHC. This is one of those major enabling projects we presented. This is the West Campus parking ramp, construct new facility. This would be a 985 stall, as you can see in the renderings, 5-level parking ramp on parking lot 43, which is a large surface lot just north of Kinnick Stadium and the West Campus Transportation Center. This is a $75 million project. It'd be parking system revenue bond proceeds, so it's as would be in that auxiliary for us, the revenues from that parking paying for the bonding capacity to execute the project. It will also includes major work in that area, water retention requirements, but also a connection to the overhead passageway that we have that connects, in fact, Kinnick Stadium, but Hospital Ramp 3 and directly into the hospital. So this ramp will have a direct connection and extend that interior walkway to the hospital. And as I mentioned, it is one that was presented to the Board of Regents in our 10-year plan, which enables us to take the aging and smaller hospital ramp 1 down and and make the footprint available for our in-process and being programmed hospital patient tower project. And you can see the schedule on the project is intended to be spring. We'll really get going. We'll bid this and start construction as soon as we can. And it would, as you can see, at this point intended to conclude in the fall of 2025. A lot of coordination. Parking is an interesting endeavor. It is only the most important thing in the world often, it seems. And when you do this, it's great progress and needed, but it is also taking a lot of surface parking out of play while we build this, ultimately adding parking, but both for hospital staff and others that are using that area, and then during athletic seasons and the football season, often, as you can imagine, heavily used during that. We have been working with the athletic department and with the hospital and clinics to make sure that patient access and our permit parking are addressed when we do a major project like this.
Any other questions?
And you can see some of the renderings for it. We're actually fairly proud of the effort by the design team in putting this together. I think it'll be a nice addition to the campus. It is generally humble, but it is a very important, very visible site. So it's important as to how this presents itself from the north end, certainly. The fourth project, design and budget request from the Board of Regents, is our Medical Research Center renovation for pediatric research. This actually happens in the second floor area of two adjacent and connected buildings, Med Labs, Medical Laboratories Building, and the Medical Research Center, MRC. It will serve our needs for pediatrics. It's a $7.8 million project funded by Treasurer's Temporary Investment Income. And it is primarily a modernization of that older building for modern research needs for pediatrics, which we actually detail on the next page of your description. But it will be reconfigured into flexible lab space, so it's also something we can configure more in the futures. It's not just present needs, but future needs for research. Has all of the offices and support space associated with that. We would start construction this summer, and it would be a project that will last roughly 9 to 12 months. We're expecting close of spring 2024. You can read within the write-up, really in the final paragraph, the really important work done on behalf of children's care that happen within wet and dry laboratory spaces within this area related to pediatric disease. And you can see a long list of disorders that are really pursued, studied, and gotten after in this important work and important space. The fifth of the 7 projects, also related to the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, is the Emergency Department Expansion Project. This would be a 2-story addition to the south side of the Emergency Department area, and also would renovate a portion at the north end of this building. And all about expansion of our services in emergency response and work on behalf of the community. $37 million project funded by university hospitals building usage funds. Some of the descriptions of the areas that are impacted, a relocation of our crisis stabilization unit from the 7th floor of John Papa John, and the addition of the adolescent crisis stabilization unit. It includes triage space, observation rooms, nursing stations, offices, and an MRI suite.
And I wonder if Kim could speak about that and how this expansion will impact particularly patient wait times.
Yeah, absolutely, Regent Barker. So, I mean, we know from other presentations we've given to the board that we're quite busy here, and our emergency department is no exception. Our wait times over the last few years have increased just because we have greater patient volume coming to the emergency department, and we've not expanded the amount of rooms. And so this project is really to try to tackle some of that, such that we will gain more emergency department rooms, allowing us to get patients back to those rooms sooner, We also are seeing, when you have limited rooms to place people in, then people in the waiting room at times will get tired of waiting. And so we look at our patients who come check in and then they decide they don't want to wait any longer and they leave and go elsewhere. And we call that our left without being seen, right? Because that's what they did. And we want to be able to decrease that so that anybody coming to see us will be able to take him back, be taken back to a room and see a provider pretty swiftly. I think the other piece of this, Mr. Leonard's talked about relocating our crisis stabilization unit. And so relocating it because we need to remodel the space it's currently in to increase our OB areas because that continues to grow. But then offering through moving that unit to the emergency department, we're also able to offer some spaces for adolescents requiring that type of care that we currently don't have. And then all in this design is a lot of work to say, how could we make these spaces as flexible as possible to make sure that we have spaces for behavioral health patients that come to the emergency department and have spaces designed particularly for them because there are certain ways you need to redo rooms so that they're safer for those patients who have behavioral health needs. So this project really encompasses meeting a lot of those needs. And then Mr. Leonard's also mentioned the MRI. So being able to have an MRI in that area where patients in the emergency department can go get that test very efficiently, and then a decision could be made as to what their next course of treatment is. And that is also will add to our efficiency in the emergency department.
Do you think that this expansion and what you're doing in other areas will be enough to meet the demand for the emergency services?
So, I mean, we think that it will be what we need for, right now and a little into the future. And so, yes, I do for now, and we'll see, years out, what growth continues to occur. But, also at UI Healthcare, we also have a variety of other settings we see patients in who may not need the emergency department, whether that's our quick care or urgent care places. So we try to have enough capacity in all of these venues for the needs that patients have.
But so wait times will be significantly reduced by this expansion?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And Regent Barker, just keep in mind, and I know the board is fully aware of it, our work continues on the North Liberty Hospital project, which also includes an ED unit. And as that project continues and is completed, we know that that is going to help double the efforts of this project.
Great.
You'll notice that the schedule of this project, because it's an operating ED, the schedule of this project is complex. Is drawn out a bit because of that. We're completing the project in 3 phases. It will start this summer and will conclude in the winter of 2025, but that will be 3 different phases of work to occur. Doing this in a keenly needed space and for patient care always elongates the project with good and does cost more, but it's absolutely needed. So. And that's the picture for that project. We're really looking forward to getting it started. The 6th of our seven projects is on the other side of the river, the Van Allen Hall 7th floor renovation project. You can see it in the image in your write-up. It's an important research and academic building for us on the east side. It's a building built in the 60s, and it's showing its age, absolutely. But it is nonetheless very important for us, especially as it relates to our space science and spaceflight hardware work that we do, which is renowned nationwide. This project will modernize, as it describes, the western half of the 7th floor for the Department of Physics and Astronomy, a $7.5 million project building renewal funds to address this, and it's all about the research that occurs there, humidity control, temperature control, classroom space, and these important grant-related research endeavors that we pursue and then take on. I think it's well documented, the renown we have with NASA. Too recent, as is described in your document, physics and astronomy brought in $54 million from NASA in the last 5 years, and then the largest grant in the history of our university, the Tracers mission, $115 million. We are regarded highly by NASA. We are partners with them constantly, but their expectations are high for research space on that level, and it's happening in a great building named after a great man in James Van Allen, but a building that needs care. And this project will modernize that space, and it's an important step for our research on campus.
It's a great department, and it's nice to see those old buildings getting some attention.
Absolutely. That project will start in the fall of 2023 and would finish roughly a year later. And the final project we have on the Capital Register, again, UIHC, maybe a little more utilitarian, UIHC multiple stairwell enhancements. You've all been there. It's almost, the hospital's almost organized on our elevator bays, A through LLMM, it just keeps going. And in this case, 12 UIHC stairwells and venues for vertical transfer through the building will be addressed in a $2.27 million project, building usage funds. As you can see, we're attending to occupant safety, occupant wayfinding, the wear and tear of those stairwells, which includes treading and guardrails and other elements of all those stairwells, the 12 that are included in this scope. It is a project we will start next fall and finish in the spring of 2024. That's the final of these projects. I know Kim is going to stay on because we do have another item with leasing that David Keft will cover later related to UIHC as well.
Okay. Yes, sorry, Regent Briceway.
The parking ramp, there was mention of the stormwater detention down below. So I have a few questions about that. Does that cover, would that be built so that it alleviates pressure from the surrounding area as well?
There's a tank underground now below part of the footprint of this, and we have to reestablish that. But yes, it also relates to all of the area. It's actually that zone of campus, very important spot for the retention of stormwater in a fairly urban part of our campus, or if you will, concrete-driven area of our campus. And where that water goes matters. The retention system, which exists, will be expanded and made sure that it is secure during this project. It's an underground element we won't see, but certainly an important part of the construction in this project. And it's a district area water retention plan. It does work and attends to the hospital ramp as well, but wider than that.
Okay, good. Does that include an oil water separator or some way? Like, where does water go once it's retained, right?
I'll get more specifics to you on that. Yeah, my understanding is we do treat it before it goes. The specifics to the engineering, I'll check in on that with you. But certainly in all of the retention areas, they have to be filtered before they go.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Next?
Yep.
All right. The University, this is the next item in the agenda, the University of Iowa request to raise 2 buildings. We have talked about in the 10-year plan the major enabling projects related to the future patient tower at UIHC. One of those is an academic building that is now nearing construction as part of the development of that site at what we refer to as Lot 14, parking lot 14, which is directly west of the field house, directly east of the field house, directly west of the Jardine Athletic Learning Center. Will include not only provisions for the building itself and the utility corridors that serve that future building, but also the parking related to that building, because the 3 units moving in will have not just visitors, as does the Jardine Athletic Learning Center with student athletes, but also patients and subjects for research related to the units. And so as we develop this and advance the construction on the health sciences academic building, these 2 structures need to be raised to make way for that work. They include 2 structures, one the south quadrangle building and the other a house on Grand Avenue Court occupied by the Pride Alliance, or it is the Pride Alliance Center. So 2 projects. They're in your write-up. You also have the costs to do this. The South Quad estimated at $900,000, and the Pride Alliance Center at $100,000. TTI funds to cover those. You can also see statements on the current outstanding deferred maintenance related to each of them. $3.7 million in deferred maintenance would be eliminated related to the South Quad, and $150,000 in deferred maintenance related by the elimination of the aging house that was serving Pride Alliance Center.
And I see you've got places for everyone to go who's leaving.
Yes, we describe some of that
Yeah.
within this document. Generally, the occupants of South Quad are primarily ROTC. We're moving them into what we refer to as the old pharmacy building, Pharmacy North.
Right. Is that a permanent move for them?
It can be. We also have options as we continue forth to occupy parts of the field house. There are several options that work for ROTC, and ROTC has the needs for office and student interaction, but also access to equipment and fitness and other things that they do, which is why centering it near the field house is important for them. On the other side, health and human physiology, which is going to be one of those anchor tenants in the new health science academic building, is occupying a small portion of South Quad. That portion will also temporarily move to the old Pharmacy North to take care of that. With respect to the Pride Alliance Center, we happen to have, and a quick thank you to David Keft, in looking at the properties we happen to have a house that was not under lease, usually used for faculty coming in and looking for a home but not having one yet, or graduate teaching level university staff and faculty. It was not leased. It's on Melrose, and we were able to, in working with the Pride Alliance leadership and membership, to lift and put them there while we would take this house down. So there is a place for them to go. It doesn't have air conditioning. It's further away from campus, but it does work for them for the time being.
Okay.
And one more, Regent Barker, if I
Yes,
turn
go
to the
ahead.
next item, is the University of Iowa ratification of the emergency contract authorization. You're all aware of the tornado damage that occurred in a very active storm system that passed through good parts of Iowa on March 31st. The University of Iowa main campus was fortunately spared from damage related to that. However, our IIHR hydroscience program had lab space and office space located in Coralville, and as you can see from the photographs in this, it was decimated. We worked with Executive Director Braun for emergency actions to begin cleanup, begin repair where we could, but also relocation. And so as part of board process, we come to the board with intent to have you ratify that decision to move forward with that work.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions? Thanks very much.
Absolutely. Thank you. And we'll have one more item on property acquisitions later.
Okay. All right. Now, next is the Register of Iowa State University Capital Improvement Business Transactions, and we have Sean Norman from Iowa State.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. So yes, we have three business transactions that we would like to discuss today. And the first project that is a permission to proceed with a project planning to build a 16,000 square foot addition to the Lead Recreation Athletic Center. This addition would expand our weight rooms, our locker rooms, and our sports medicine area for our wrestling and track and field programs. In addition to this expansion, athletics will also exchange space with the recreational service group to make sure that we keep the same allocation of the 66% that is going to recreation and 34% that's going to athletics. The proposed budget for this is about $23 million, and it will be funded by athletics revenue and also gifts. If there's any questions about that?
Any questions? No? Go ahead.
All right. The second request is approval of a $2.1 million university funded project budget for the remodeling of existing our human nutritional science building labs to accommodate the research for the textile science in the Department of Apparel, Events, and Hospitality from LeBaron Hall. So we are trying to do LeBaron Hall, and when we were looking at that project, we thought that it would be better to move the textile science area into this area. So these research labs were originally in the project to be temporarily located. However, when we looked at it, it was more cost-effective to permanently relocate the human to the human nutrition science building. This project would address significant gaps in the textile science research space by expanding the protective clothing laboratory and adding lab space for material development and research. The scheduled date for that, would be that it would be done in fall 2025.
All right. Any questions on that one?
All right, and then so the last request is the approval of a $35.2 million revised budget to accommodate the installation of a donated and discounted feed mill and grain processing equipment. So this is a $3 million increase from the last time we got the approved budget. This is would be funded by gift funds, so it's not any. We have donor funded that are helping us with this $3 million increase. This 47,000 square feet complex would address the significant needs in the Iowa agriculture, particularly the shortfall in grain and feed workforce, facility workforce. This complex will be fulfilled with new education programs and enhancing research and extension programs. So this is an excellent opportunity, and had the opportunity to sit down with the construction people yesterday, and we had good conversations, even though we experienced some delays with the equipment, but we had strong donor support for this project.
So the project is going to be bigger than originally anticipated, but all of the additional funds are donated.
That's correct.
That's great. Great project. Yes.
What happens with the three existing mills?
So those would be discontinued. So, and I think where it all is going to this new one.
So decommissioned, or is there any cost associated with that, or do they get sold? I'm sorry, I don't know much.
That I
about
don't
these.
know. I would probably have to come back to you and come
Okay.
up with the plan of what's
Okay.
really going to happen with those other ones.
Thanks.
Uh-huh.
Any other questions? Thanks very much.
Thank you.
And next, we have University of Northern Iowa, ratification of emergency contract authorization. Michael Hager.
We have two items on our capital register today. The first is the permission to proceed with project planning for the Unidome modernization. This group has seen a couple projects come through for the Unidome recently, the football team meeting room, and more recently the fabric roof replacement. The next few phases of construction really need to be coordinated and planned at the same time, so this is permission to hire an architect to design those phases, and then of course we'll bring them back here when we're ready to do construction. We anticipate it's about a $50 million on all the 2 or 3 different phases that'll be coming forward, and so we're asking permission to hire an architect for the planning on that project. The second project is also ratification of emergency contract authorization, which is approved by Executive Director Braun. Iowa Code allows for emergencies, and in our case, during a routine inspection in December of one of our younger steam tunnels, the primary steam tunnel, we found some brackets that were not holding the way they should have, and so we had to take necessary steps to prevent a catastrophe happening on campus, and so this is just approval of that emergency authorization.
Any questions on that? And that's all proceeding as planned?
It's proceeding, yes.
Okay.
We had not planned to do any of this, but it is proceeding as we've planned once we
Yes,
discovered
right,
it.
right. Okay.
So.
All right. Good.
I have a question. So
Yeah.
this sounds like it could be really catastrophic. What happens if it fails?
It could have been very catastrophic. These are the 2 lines, they're redundant lines by design from the power plant to the main campus. And when we have temperatures below 0, we could have frozen the campus if we had lost those. So we did bring in a temporary boiler, found one nationally that ironically was located, their storage yard is in Council Bluffs, Iowa. And so we were able to get that there and hooked up so that if they failed, we had a temporary boiler to provide steam. And then we had an above ground steam line that we installed to provide the other half of the campus. And so we were backfilling 2 different ways to the campus. We did go back, this steam tunnels, we have a steam tunnel that's close to 100 years old. Our engineer tells us this particular steam tunnel is a toddler in terms of age. We wouldn't have expected to see this kind of things. But through routine maintenance, we found the brackets that were bad. It would appear, and I want to be careful how I say that, it would appear that perhaps they weren't designed properly, and we won't know till we get back in the tunnel to see if they were even installed properly. In visiting with legal counsel, including the board's legal counsel, we think we're well past the statute of limitations and are unable to go to any other source to try to get it remediated, so.
Okay. Well, good job taking care of it. That could be bad.
I appreciate the staff doing their ongoing maintenance.
Yeah.
And you're not anticipating needing that extra boiler this coming winter, right? You're going to be done by then?
Yes,
Okay.
we should be done in time to, we actually ironically use steam to do a little bit of air conditioning, which I'm remain challenged from my chemistry days in high school, but I'm told that steam helps with air conditioning, so we will have it in place hopefully by August. We're underway now with some of the repairs.
Okay. But you'll have air conditioning. Will that mean you won't have air conditioning in summer, or you don't need it? Or?
Some of it uses steam, we'll be fine. That's why we've waited till now to start the process.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And
That's it.
all right. Well, thanks very much. And let's see, the last thing we have are institutional agreements, leases, and easements. David Keft, I think, was going to present on that.
Yes, thank you, Regent Barker. David Keft will give us a summary of a project that will help UIHC to better serve the western portion of our state and our citizens on the western portion of the state. And David is here, and CEO Hunter is also here in case there are questions where she can share insight. David?
Thank you, Rod and Regent Barker. Before the board is an essential 10-year lease agreement to keep a family medicine primary care residency program in Western Iowa. This is the only such residency program facility west of Des Moines. In part of the docket material the board members have, there's a map that I think is really insightful about where residency programs in family medicine are throughout the state, and I think it's very clear from the map that there's certainly a lack of such programs in Western Iowa, and this is the only such program. It was clear that the facility, the program may be failing in its existing operations, and so the University of Iowa has agreed to a 10-year lease agreement for the facility. It's with Siouxland Medical Education Foundation. As part of this, it'll be a triple net sort of standard commercial lease. We will also receive a right of first refusal and an option to purchase the property at a later date. Lease rate is favorable. It's $12 per square foot for the first 3 years of the lease, with a 2.5% increase every 3 years thereafter. So not a yearly 2.5, but every 3 years. Typical of a triple net lease, we'll be paying all of the utility operating maintenance costs of the facility, snow care, lawn removal. We'll be the 100% occupier of this facility, and we're in the process of retaining a sort of a property management firm. Since it's so far away from Iowa City, the property management firm will sort of oversee the day-to-day operations from a facilities standpoint of the building. And the facility is currently and will remain tax exempt from real estate taxes. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions on that project? All right. Yes, Regent Reiswig.
Sorry, I've got a lot of questions today. On the lease agreement itself, when you look through the language, when we've done these at our company, we found that if we're going to store any sort of hazardous materials at all, those are usually in the lease agreement where you can't do that. So I just want to make sure if we're going to store anything that's potentially not toxic waste or anything, but anything can apply. So I'm just making sure that we've reviewed that, and that if we're going to store anything there, that we in fact can.
Yeah, I would answer that by saying the document has been, the actual lease document was reviewed carefully by UIHC's legal counsel. In addition, the building will be used pretty much the same way it is currently being used. We're not coming in as a new use. If there is any toxic material being stored as part of the residency program, that would continue under our operations of it, and I would assume that would be, I can assure that it's accounted for in the lease.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
I'd just like to thank David and thank CEO Hunter. She's been on this call, but she will now be jumping into a car to be here for the hospital committee. So good travels, CEO Hunter. Have fun. We'll see you here.
All right. Well, thanks, everyone. And the one other thing I just wanted to say is that I think this committee is going to be taken to a new level of expertise by two great additions to the board. Robert Kramer, who was just confirmed, and J.C. Reiswick, as you can tell, both have a lot of construction and real estate experience, and I think that'll be great for the board. So welcome, and thanks a lot. Thanks, everybody.
Recording stopped.
hell? Why are you still being? Check, check. There they go. Yeah. Check, check. Yeah. Check, 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 check. Ah, cool. All right.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call the meeting of the Campus and Student Affairs Committee in order. As I look around the room, I see that we're all present, so I'll dispense with the roll call. Our first agenda item is the minutes from the February 22nd meeting. Are there any changes to those minutes? Okay, hearing none, we'll accept those by consent. Our next item is a report on student employment on campus, and our vice presidents are going to provide that presentation. You want to go ahead and proceed?
Sure. Good afternoon. First of all, we are so grateful to be able to have a conversation on this. I have to credit Regent Crow because this started from a discussion that she led shortly after I believe she had been appointed to the board. And we were talking about student employment, and this was happening shortly after COVID in the pandemic. And so we were all experiencing dips in our student employment and said we've got to get together and come up with some ideas and strategies to increase that number. And so that's really what precipitated this conversation. And so since then, we have seen our student employment numbers rebound back to numbers that were pre-pandemic. But even despite the drops in the number of student employees at that time, the one thing that remained the same was the impact of student employment on student retention. Across all three Regent universities, our goals have always been to help students, employees remain engaged and connected to the campus, to arm them with the tools and the skills that they need for future employment, as well as provide specialized training and professional development for both our student employees and their supervisors as well. And so my colleagues and I are prepared this afternoon to share a snapshot of what our student employment numbers look like and some of the things that we're in the process of doing and implementing across all three campuses to prepare our student employees for future employment post-graduation.
All right, so first up from you and I, you'll see a similar theme probably across all three of the institutions. We're noting here a broad engagement in our employment across campus. More than half of our students actually have some form of student employment on campus. We do encourage our students not only to seek out employment on campus because of the convenience, no car to drive, no worry about that, you can work between class, but also we know of the benefits of retention, student success, and connection to the community. You'll see also all three of us will be talking about this, an emphasis in career growth. So these aren't just positions that you have on campus where you're punching in, punching out, and serving a quick coffee or answering a phone. We see these as positions that contribute to a student's overall career trajectory. And so we work in our career services to promote the knowledge, skills, and abilities that they're kind of putting together in those positions and then pushing out into their career path. The financial benefits, obviously, for a student, this is our second largest source of financial aid for students. Definitely a popular topic of conversation when students start in the fall. Where can I get on-campus employment? And we've had $6.8 million in student wages. And then, of course, retention. We know absolutely for sure that students who work on campus are retained at a higher rate than those that do not. And we constantly share this stat both with our supervisors, students, and families as they come to our campus so that they know the convenience and also value to their student success in the future.
I'm going to touch on is this on? Yeah, okay, sorry. I'm going to touch on a particular area that we focused on at the University of Iowa for about 15 years, which is, in addition to noting that we know that students learn these skills, we have found great success with having a brief intervention that supervisors lead conversations with their students periodically to think about what are the specific skills you're learning at work that connect directly to your academics, what are you learning in class that you can practice here on the job, and what are you learning on the job that you might eventually think you'll do in your profession. And that we have found has really differentiated the students who have that type of an intervention, their ability to see the skills that they are building and to articulate those is far and away greater than the students who do not. We also focus a lot on helping the supervisors see themselves as doing more than assigning tasks, but promoting the growth that a mentor does. Many of these students spend as many hours on the job as they might in an actual classroom in the course of a week. And these are folks who are caring adults that are always there paying attention to whether they're going to class, if they need referrals. They tend to provide a great safety net for our students in addition to all the learning that we know does occur on the job.
And so here at Iowa State University, our data is quite similar to what you've seen at UNI in Iowa. It shows that our students who work on campus are retained at higher rates than their peers who do not work at all or those who work off-campus jobs. If you look at the first line, you'll see the new direct from high school students who entered in fall of 2019. Approximately 24% of those new students were employed here on campus. 91% of those student employees returned for a second year, whereas only 87% of non-workers or students not employed on campus returned for the fall of 2020. As I mentioned earlier, we all experienced a dip in student employee during the fall of 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And during that year, in terms of our new students coming in, only about 13% of those students were employed on campus. However, once again, 90% of those who were employed here on campus returned for a second year. And then in the fall of 2021, we saw a rebound in terms of number of students being employed. From that new cohort coming in fall 2021, 22% of those students were employed. 89% of those students ended up returning for another year. And so as you can see, all three Regent universities recognize the tremendous impact that student employment can have, particularly on student retention, but we also recognize that we want our student employees' experience to be more than just a paycheck. And so here at Iowa State University, within the Division of Student Affairs, we believe that every position can help students prepare for work once they graduate from our university. As such, we adopted our career readiness competencies, which come directly from NACE, which is the National Association of Colleges and Employers. And NACE believes that career readiness is a foundation to demonstrate core competencies that broadly prepare college students for success in the workplace. For students, they believe that college readiness competencies provide a framework for addressing career-related goals and outcomes of both their curricular and co-curricular activities, regardless of their field of study. And for our employers, career readiness plays an important role in sourcing talent and identifying those key skills and abilities all across job functions. And so our career readiness competencies provide language to articulate what skills we want our student employees to gain or enhance when they're working at our university. It provides structure for student supervision, saying these are the skills that you want to obtain, and as their supervisor, I want to make sure that you get experience in these respective areas. And then it also creates opportunities for assessment of knowledge and skills gained during this employment. Additionally, our career readiness competencies provide a direct tie to our academic programs, as we believe learning happens everywhere. One of our ISU dining student employees shared, while working at ISU dining may not be directly related to my major in cybersecurity engineering, there are several valuable skills and experiences I can gain from this position that will contribute to the development of my professional identity. This experience will teach me the importance of teamwork, adaptability, and cooperation, which are critical attributes for a cybersecurity professional working in multidisciplinary teams. By leveraging the skills and experiences gained during my time in ISU dining, I hope to build a strong foundation that will serve me well in my future cybersecurity career. So as you can see, even our student employees have been able to make the connection between the work that they do on campus and how the skills that they acquire can translate into future employment opportunities. Additionally, our competencies are also provide a direct connection to student employment and career services, as both of my colleagues have mentioned. It's the development of skills that are desired by employers, but we also help those students articulate that work and articulate that experience through the resumes and cover letters that they're preparing. Lastly, our career competency, readiness competencies help guide students through employment development. It helps shape student employee and training and supervisory conversations. It drives assessment of post-Iowa State University skills and application of in-class learning, as well as providing tools for supervisors in assessing learning and growth. Now, there are 8 student employment career readiness competencies that we have adopted here within the Division of Student Affairs at Iowa State University, and they include the following. First is collaboration and teamwork. How do we teach our students to work well with others and can contribute to team goals? Next, we have critical thinking and problem solving. How do we help our students identify past solutions that can be applied to new programs and help them implement strategies to achieve those desired goals? We also have leadership, which helps students identify their own strengths, but also identify the strengths of others which they work with. And it helps them use their interpersonal skills to coach and develop others. We also put an emphasis on technology. This helps our student employees adapt to new and emerging technologies to accomplish their goals, and also teaches them how to integrate technology when appropriate. Communication, which allows our students to demonstrate proficient speaking and listening skills, helps foster professional relationships through effective communication, and helps them articulate their thoughts and concepts clearly and effectively, both in written and oral forms. Intercultural perspectives teaches our students how they can contribute to creating a welcoming and productive work environment by respecting different viewpoints and understanding personal identities. Learning and application applies both their classroom and co-curricular learning in new and innovative ways to help students transfer the learning across platforms and environments. And lastly, professionalism, which allows our students to demonstrate personal accountability, effective work habits, and demonstrate both integrity and ethical behaviors in the workplace. And so, as you can see, we all take student employment very seriously on our respective campuses for a variety of reasons. First, because we see a direct correlation between those students who work on campus and their level of engagement, as well as the retention at our institutions. Secondly, because we understand the importance of our students gaining the requisite knowledge and skills to pursue employment opportunities following graduation. And lastly, because we want to continue our strong partnerships with business and industry, who are telling us that these are the skills they want our student employees to gain as they're looking to potentially hire those students after graduation. And so with that, we'll pause and open the floor for questions and discussions.
Before we take any questions, I want to roll back a little bit. I neglected the opportunity when I didn't take roll to introduce all of you. So if you have a direct question for somebody from the left, it's Heather Harbach, Vice President for Student Life at UNI, Toya Younger, Senior Vice President for Student Affairs at Iowa State, and Vice President for Student Life at the University of Iowa, Sarah Hansen. So I'll open the floor. Any questions or comments on the report? Regent Crow.
Thank you all so much for preparing these materials. I think it's really informative and speaks a lot to the importance of student employment for both student experience and the campus as well. I was wondering if you could highlight within your respective universities some popular areas of student employment or where you see students maybe gravitating towards.
I would say it's a mix. So numbers-wise, I would say dining services definitely has a large amount of students gravitating that way. We also see a lot of students leaning towards our recreation areas, our union areas, helping. And then we do see students a lot often in our clerical positions around campus, working in offices. And I think students say they enjoy those in particular because of the relationships they can form. I know in particular in our VP suite, our students talk often about how they love seeing the work that we do behind the scenes and get to see an inside view of what it's like of the work that we're doing to support students as students and also helping us do that work.
Yeah, I say that's actually the same here at Iowa State University. Most of our student employees come from our campus life unit, which includes student housing, of course, and residence life. dining and the Memorial Union. We often tend to have a lot of business students who want to see the operations of the Memorial Union. They recognize how large it is and a full-scale business, and so they want that type of experience. But the majority of our students are employed in either dining or residence life.
I'll actually tell you a little bit different piece of information about our dining area specifically, because as Toya mentioned, we've had a hard time in some of those areas since COVID, just like food service in the community has had a hard time. We had a wonderful collaboration with Dr. Uden-Holman's Office of the Provost, where we created a work grant program to hire students to work in dining. And the Office of the Provost provided a $1,000 scholarship. Part of it paid the first semester, and then the bulk of it paid the second semester as the student, to retain the student. And most of those students, I think we were able to hire almost 100 students, which were much needed to join the housing and dining team. And those students have stayed in those positions, which I think also demonstrates the culture that is so important and the connection that they gain.
Any other questions? I've got a couple. What percentage of your students that work on campus come through the financial aid assignment? We used to call it work study. I don't know if that's called that anymore, but do you know what the percentage breakdown approximately is?
I don't know off the top of my head. Tanya might. No. I know that most of the students who are employed on our campus are not work study students, and a big part of this pilot was actually to get some of the students who had an award of work study but hadn't used it to take it on.
And particularly post-COVID, what have you seen as the major impediments? I know there was a problem trying to get students to work, or not to work, but to get on-campus jobs. Does that still persist, and what's the biggest problem with that?
I mean, I think we're still seeing that somewhat. We have had a rebound a bit. We still have an impact on wages, and that's always going to be an issue. We're going to see that for a while. I think even when, it's hard to compete. People always give an example of Starbucks, Target, we're all competing for the same population of employees, especially in the retail market. So that's why we try to say this is more than just a punch in, punch out job. And I'm sure they might be hearing that in other avenues as well, but here we really are trying to tie in these career competencies so that the student can see this is more than just, coming in and having a quick part-time job. This is about your overall career exploration. And we also emphasize that convenience piece of it too. So we're still seeing some of those struggles centered around wages and just competing with the off-campus market, but it's settling a little bit.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue was competing with higher wages. I mean, we would meet with students and they'd interview with us and they said, I can make $16 at McDonald's. Why would I come and work and answer phones for you? And so to that point, we really did want to emphasize that it's more than just a job. We make sure that we extend opportunities to help them with their resumes, to help them with their cover letters. You might not get that if you're working at a drive-through at McDonald's. And so we really want to help you see the correlation between the things that you're learning in the classroom and how you can apply those things and how it can help them articulate it. Because I think that's the most important thing. Some people are afraid, well, I need to get a job specifically in the area or an internship specifically in that area. We want to show them that there are all sorts of transferable skills that you can obtain by working here on campus.
Regent Butker.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I'm curious, are there some positions, like in student government or other student organizations, where they get compensated for serving in that capacity?
Yes, our student government leaders do have a stipend that they receive as a part of their role. Most of our, we employ some students in the food pantry. That's also a student organization, but technically we fund their employment in the area as well. So I think probably similar to my colleagues, yeah.
And those positions don't pay as well as McDonald's?
I'm not sure how they would vary. I mean, they certainly pay way better in experience, but
Yeah.
I bet if you looked at the stipend, given you know how hard our student government leaders work, it may not stack up that way, but when we see the career path, that,
resonate, too.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I would maybe add just from experience, I know
Yeah.
it's not commensurate wages as a full part-time job, but students and student leaders in those positions recognize the opportunity and the amazing leadership experience they're getting from that role that is unique, and not all campus jobs have an opportunity to get that experience and also get some form of payment. And yeah.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you for your report. If there is no other business to come before this committee, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
like to call the meeting of the Academic Affairs Committee to order. Our first order of business is the minutes. Has everybody had a chance to read through the minutes? Are there any corrections or additions? If not, we'll approve them by general consent. And I did skip the roll call because I see everybody's here represented. Yes, so good. Then we are going to start with the new program requests. And Iowa State will be first. Provost Wickard.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Regent Butker. We have two new degrees programs coming before the committee for review, and Associate Provost Anne-Marie van der Zanen will present those to the committee. But before I turn it over to her, I just wanted to say that on behalf of the three Provost office, we're very appreciative of your leadership of this committee over the years and your support of our students and faculty. So congratulations and thank you for your service.
So the first degree program I'd like to present is the Bachelor of Science in Agriculture Communication. The Bachelor's in Agriculture Communication degree would be offered by the Department of Agriculture, Education, and Studies in Iowa State's College of Agriculture and Life Sciences. As we noted in our application, the discipline of agriculture communication has evolved from the simple dissemination of information to a more strategic role, sharing technical information with crop and livestock producers and policymakers, as well as translating the impact of scientific advances to general audiences. We currently offer an agricultural communication as a track within the broader Ag Ed and Studies major. That has been in place since 1996, but the track option limits the competitiveness for our graduates. Most land-grant institutions have a full degree program in agriculture communications. By establishing the bachelor's degree, it will help level the playing field for our graduates. As a result of this, we would expect the number of students in the program to grow from the 80 to 90 students that we currently have to 130 students by year 7, which would be a 50% increase over that time. The track that we've had for a number of years has really established the excellence in the program, and this will give us a chance to build on that. Additionally, students will benefit from a more multidisciplinary approach through the new major with required courses in liberal arts and sciences, human sciences, and in business. No other additional costs to offer the full degree program are needed. The faculty, the facilities, and the curriculum are already in place. The proposal has received support letters from UNI and the University of Iowa, which we appreciate, as well as internally from Iowa State's programs in communication studies, English, business, and journalism, highlighting the partnership that would be on campus. We've also included a number of letters from several firms who employ our graduates. If approved, we would begin to offer the program in August of this year.
Are there any questions or comments about this program? I think it sounds terrific. Yeah, Regent Bates.
What's a typical job that a graduate from this program would get?
That's a great question. I would say in a whole range of communication areas is where our students would be working. In particular, we see a lot of our students go into work in extension or working for like biotech companies, doing that translation of the work that's being done in the lab to a variety of different types of reports to stakeholders, other types of audiences.
Probably some in the commodities organizations as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Right. Any other questions or comments? It sounds great, and since it's my last meeting, I'm going to take a little privilege and tell a story. I was reminded of when I was a student at Iowa State and signed up for it was an ag course on farm organizations and communication. I don't know, it was a long time ago, a really long time ago. And I was the only girl in the class, and there were a lot of guys, and the professor was asking why people were taking the class. And he went on, and I didn't ever raise my hand, and he finally called me, okay, why are you taking this class? And all I said was, I am marrying a farmer. But my ag communication skills really needed to up. I mean, the first time being out in the field, I mean, a disc, who'd ever heard of a disc other than to throw something like that? So
If only we had the major then, you would have been able to take a class in that.
I would have been able to take it, right.
We could have helped you out.
That dairy, it wasn't a dairy princess, but the milkmaid, the milking the cow contest, and my sorority sisters put me up for that. They keep those cows so they can't, I mean, they're bursting, and I couldn't get a drop out of them. But I appreciate all that I learned about ag and communications at Iowa State. Okay, moving on. The next,
the next
Master of Accounting Analytics.
Yes, all right.
Yeah.
Right, I'm not sure how to follow. This one I don't think will be quite as exciting, but our Ivy College of Business is very excited about this new degree opportunity. It is an online master's in accounting analytics. It would be offered through the Ivy College of Business and its Department of Accounting. All the courses will be delivered in an asynchronous format that will allow students to work at their own pace from anywhere in the world. The demand for online graduate education continues to increase. In particular, additional training in analytics is valued by the working accountants, and they work to diversify their skill sets and grow their careers. The degree program is further supported by surveys of employers and students. We estimate the program will begin with around 10 students and grow to approximately 25 students by year 7. There are no additional costs to offer the full degree program. The faculty, facilities, and curriculum are already in place, including the online delivery capabilities through Iowa State Online. There are no online masters in accounting or masters of accounting analytics in Iowa. And the proposal has received support letters from both UNI and the University of Iowa. University of Northern Iowa did give us some additional feedback on the naming convention, which we appreciated and have incorporated into the name. We've also received several letters from accounting firms and corporations, as well as the Iowa Society of CPAs, which were included in the proposal, again demonstrating the interest and support for the program. If approved, we would begin offering this program in August of 2023 as well.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? Okay, sounds good. Then if there are no objections, then the committee will recommend approval of the Bachelor of Science in Agricultural Communication and the Master of Accounting Analytics. Thank you. Now, we have a closure request.
Yes, Regent Bucker, item 3 on the agenda is Iowa State University's request to close 4 research centers. I would categorize this as a housekeeping action just associated with the normal life cycle of research centers and institutes. These centers and institutes are typically created as new research opportunities arise and based on faculty interest and funding. And as circumstances change in the funding environment or faculty talent or research interests, sometimes these centers are sunsetted and come to the normal closure. So in this case, we're proposing to close these 4 centers. Any funds or projects that currently exist in them will be delegated down to the academic colleges or to the vice president or research office to administer. No students will be adversely affected by this action, and the other details are summarized in the docket if there are questions.
Okay, are there any questions on the closures of these 4 centers? Great, and the committee will recommend approval of the request to close all 4 of these centers. Next, we'll move to UNI. a program suspension request. Provost Rara.
Thank you, Regent Butker. We only have one request, item number 4 on your docket. I will, Dr. Patrick Pease, Associate Provost here, will describe the request.
Thank you. We're proposing to suspend admissions to our Master's in Psychology program. This action is being taken to provide time to evaluate the program design, which currently requires specialized courses and experiences that are especially time-intensive. Recent changes in faculty, coupled with changing student interests in program delivery, prompted the department to reconsider the long-term sustainability of the program in its current configuration. The department plans to suspend admissions for 1 year and evaluate other sustainable delivery options that support the needs and interests of our prospective students and that aligns with our current staffing resources. The undergraduate psychology program is large and robust, and suspending enrollments in the graduate program will give the department time to evaluate and potentially redesign the graduate program while not detracting from the needs of undergraduate students. Current students in the graduate program will continue uninterrupted. We'll continue to offer the courses that they need in their cycle in the coming academic year. The suspension will free up about 18 teaching hours, as well as considerable time around supervision of graduate research, and that time will be reallocated to the undergraduate program and to the evaluation of the future needs in the graduate program. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions on the? Okay. Seeing none, the committee will recommend approval of the request for suspension of admissions to the Master of Arts in Psychology at UNI.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next one is at the State University of Iowa. Associate Provost Uden Holman, will you please present the two?
Yeah, thank you. The first one, we're requesting approval to terminate the Bachelor of Science in Criminology, Law, and Justice. And I would note that the Department of Sociology and Criminology administers both a Bachelor of Science and a Bachelor of Arts in Criminology, Law, and Justice. This is only focused on the BS program. The BS degree was designed to be a statistics-intensive program for undergraduates that included introductory graduate-level statistics courses. As noted in the docket, the demand for this degree has been low. In the spring of '23, of the 347 majors, only 20 were in the BS track. And the department has really had difficulty screening students to ensure that they were fully prepared for the rigorous math requirements. Students who are currently enrolled in the BS program will be allowed to finish, and for future students who are interested in additional quantitative training, they'll make sure that they have access to the courses for the certificate program in social science analytics, which is currently offered to both BA and BS students. There should be no loss of enrollment in the criminology major due to this change, and there should also be an opportunity for cost savings. It'll really allow the department to reallocate courses to better serve the much more popular BA major.
Great. Are there any questions, concerns? Then if there's no objections, the committee will recommend approval of the request to terminate the Bachelor of Science in Criminology, Law and Justice, and the Bachelor of Science in Sociology. Yep. Did I say that right?
Yep, you absolutely did, and they were very parallel. So thank you so much. Exact same reasons.
Well, I appreciate all the work that you do to present these things to us, and the collaboration that you do together on making certain that we are offering what's needed across the state, as well as not over-offering. So, I mean, I love it. I mean, it's an overstatement. But I'm glad to hear that we do eliminate things when there's not a need for them. And there's always questions about that, you know, in the universities. Did they ever stop anything when they started? Yes, we do. Yes, and it's carefully considered. And thank you for being very thorough in all that. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. The next item is our annual tenure report. And each year, the board receives an update on tenure at the universities, and Rachel Boone here is going to summarize for us.
Thank you, Regent Bucker. The report that's in the docket covers sort of the broad spectrum of the activities associated with the tenure process, both pre-tenure as well as post-tenure. There's really good emphasis in there on the types of post-tenure reviews, which I know get a lot of attention and often generate a lot of questions. It certainly makes clear as well that all faculty have annual reviews as part of the process, both pre-tenure and post-tenure. So those are all things that I know the institutions take very seriously. And the report also describes some of the processes that are needed at times when there is a need for sanction or disciplinary actions. And so all of that is described in that report. If you have questions, I think the provost would be happy to take them. So I will open that up.
Yeah. So does anyone have any questions concerning this report? I think over the years, we all gain a better understanding of what tenure is all about and the rigors of that program. So
great.
Thank you. Thank you. If there's no objections, the committee will recommend approval of the 274 recommendations for promotion and or tenure for 2023-24. Okay.
Well,
yeah. But
we're going to hold on that. Let me make clear. So thank you for accepting the annual tenure report.
Oh,
Appreciate
that was
that.
the report.
Yeah, let
And
me
then-
also
yes.
then though offer to
Right,
you.
I jumped the gun.
That's okay. Let me offer to. I'm sure everybody here is happy to hear that you're accepting the promotion and tenure actions. There are 274. I would just note this is kind of right in that typical range that we often see in this area. There was a little dip during COVID as a lot of university processes were sort of being managed a little bit differently, but this is kind of in the typical range of what we would expect. Pretty good balance between male and female faculty receiving these this time around. And yes, we would seek the board's approval for those, or seek your recommendation for board approval.
Okay. Are there any objections to what I already declared? Sorry. Okay. All right. Grant, then we're ready for our presentation on the education prep programs. And from all three universities, I'm looking forward to this, and I will turn it over to our presenters. You want to introduce them, Rachel? Or?
Yes, I sure can. And yeah, the slides are up.
Thank
great.
you for being here. Yes.
And they will introduce themselves, of course, in a moment, but I'm really glad we can welcome Larry Bice, Mark McDermott, and Benjamin Forsyth to join us today. These are gentlemen that I work with periodically on a lot of different issues related to the educator preparation programs, and so I know not only are they excited to share some highlights and some really good things that are happening here today, but I also want you to know what incredible work they do all the time. Today will be great, but all year long we get really, we're really fortunate to have these three on our team.
Okay, so you introduce them all three together. I want
They
to
will,
make sure
yes.
everybody knows.
I think, here we are. There's a slide for that, although we don't see the slides today.
So yeah, thank you so much for having us here. We often hear lots of negative things about teaching and teacher education, but there's a lot of good things going on at our Regents institutions. My name's Benjamin Forsyth. I'm the Associate Dean for Educator Preparation at the University of Northern Iowa.
I'm Mark McDermott. I am the Associate Dean for Teacher Education and Student Services at the University of Iowa.
And my name's Larry Bice. I'm the Director of Educator Preparation Programming for Iowa State University.
So we're going to frame our conversation today, just give you a little bit of an overview of what we'd like to talk about. I think obviously a major part of our job is to oversee our teacher preparation, and that is a lot of what we do. But in our educator preparation programs, there's lots of other things that are happening as well, including the preparation of our administrators. We prepare different specialists, the counselors, school psychologists, those sorts of areas as well. We offer virtually every teaching endorsement that's available through the BOEE in some way, shape, or form through the Regents institutions. And then along with all of the teacher preparation that's going on in our colleges and our schools of education, we also have master's degree programs, PhD programs, EDD programs. And so those are helpful both in the sense of all the research that's involved in all of the students that are working in those areas, but also the engagement of our teacher pre-service teachers, teacher preparation students with the students that are studying in those areas as well. And then the last thing we mentioned, we actually have a slide at the end that we won't go through in great detail, but the three of us are also on the governance team for RAPL, which is the Regents Alternative Pathway to Iowa Licensure. That's an alternative licensure program. We're very proud of what we do with that program as well, that we offer teacher licensure to an audience of students that's a little bit different than our traditional program. And one of the things that there's lots of research right now indicating that when alternative licensure programs are associated with institutions of higher education, there's greater retention, greater completion. The students not only are licensed, they are retained in the field of education. And so we feel really good about the program that we have helped develop in terms of alternative licensure as well.
So just some numbers to give you some information on the impact that the three Regents universities have on educator preparation, education in the state of Iowa and without. We do prepare, between the three of us, we do prepare quite a few teachers that go out of state, but these numbers are the teachers who are getting Iowa licensure or staying in the state of Iowa. There are 30 institutions in Iowa that produce educators. 3, of course, are in front of you, the public universities, and then 27 are private universities. Of all those 30, the three of us produce about 56% of the elementary ed teachers in the state of Iowa. But in a number of areas, we produce a larger percentage. In the sciences and math in particular, we have some pretty significant percentages. Basic science, biological science, we produce 78% of the biology teachers in the state between the three Regents universities. We produce 82% of the superintendents across the state. So the three Regents have a significant impact on teaching and learning across the state.
Excuse me.
Sir.
Could you just tell me what is FCS?
Family and Consumer Science.
Oh, of course. Okay. Thanks.
Way back in the day, it used to be called home ec. And there are 115 endorsements that are offered in the state of Iowa. So obviously, this is just a small list of them. And of those 115, I think between the three Regents, we provide about 111 of them.
Well, what we'd like to do now for what is probably the bulk of our presentation is to give you a sense of some of the big projects that are happening at each of our campuses. I've got a list here of 7. I'm probably going to hit about 4 of them so that we're moving along. One of the ones that UNI is especially proud of is this Purple Pathway for Paraeducators. There's about 15,000 paraeducators in Iowa, and basically all of them have a difficult time being able to move from para to full-time licensed teacher. They literally have to leave their place of work, the school, to go and become a school teacher. Well, as Iowa's own laws have changed and ideas have changed across the nation on how to make it so that this group that's already interested in education can get into the fully licensed pathway, as those things have come through, we've come up with better ways to do it. And at UNI, in 2 years, a paraeducator who has at least an Associate of Arts can get both an elementary education and a Strategist 1 endorsement. Strat 1 is a special education endorsement. And never have to leave the school that they're working at. That is a game changer. We want to figure out ways that we can expand that way beyond the 30 districts that we have schools, that we have paras from. We have greatly benefited from the governor's teacher paraeducator registered apprenticeship program, but only about half of our paras are actually a part of that program, so that we know that it can actually work even when there's not a lot of funding that's available. We're happy to receive the funding though, because it does smooth things over. UNI has also been highly involved in making partnerships with community colleges, and that goes beyond just teacher education. But in teacher education, we've had a program that's been around for about a quarter of a century. We take about 20 to 25 community college students, who want to be teachers, and we figure out ways for them to be able to stay at their community college for as long as possible. Our online offerings have made it so that that program has quadrupled in size in just the last 2 years. We've got an extensive program with DMAC, and I was just actually at the WIT campus literally this morning running a search for a dual appointment to where we can build our programming up with WIT campus. And we really want to see these partnerships show up at all the community colleges. I'll also point out that a little over a year ago, we made an agreement with Hawkeye Community College in which a student who wants to be in elementary education endorsed can get their degree 3 years post high school. Not 4 years, 3 years. And they can do that even without having to overload every single semester. We know that this works when you have a really strong career center in the school district that's close by. There are at least 9 other places in Iowa where this exists. By the way, WIT campus is one of those places where it exists. And so I took an opportunity to point out to them, hey, we've done this at Hawkeye. Let's see if we can make this happen here as well. Last, I will point out of the many endorsements that the Regents offer, one that we don't offer currently that is deaf and hard of hearing, teaching those who are deaf and hard of hearing. You literally have to go to North Dakota or Nebraska to be able to get that endorsement. UNI has been working extensively with the BOEE and the Department of Education to be able to make that a reality on the UNI campus. It will never be a massive number of students that will get that endorsement, but it's a huge opportunity for access to those who need it the most.
So we've got 7 different initiatives listed up there that we're working on at the University of Iowa. I told Benjamin I was only going to talk about 3, but I'm going to talk about all 7. No, I'm kidding. The thing that has really been probably the most major initiative that we've undertaken recently has been a new elementary education pathway for our students that are interested in the elementary education degree. Prior to this year, any student that came to Iowa and wanted to be an elementary teacher, they had to initially be admitted to the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences. They would take at least 30 credit hours there before they could enter our College of Education, and they would do that when they would enter our teacher education program. Starting this last fall, we are now admitting all of our students who come to the university who want to be elementary ed majors to the College of Education right away. And what that allows us to do is, number one, we have 2 brand new courses, we're calling them Learners 1 and Learners 2, that our students can take prior to being admitted to our teacher ed program, but as soon as they come to college and they've expressed this interest into being an elementary teacher, they can connect with our faculty right away. Our current faculty are teaching those courses, and they connect with each other. The community that they're building as students wanting to be elementary teachers has really been outstanding. And outside of the fact that we're able now to work with them and start talking about topics, including learning and teaching, but also about learners and what we need to know about the learners that they're going to engage with as they teach. Our numbers have really increased. We had about 80 students who had started our Learners 1 course in the fall who wanted to be elementary ed majors. We thought we might have 5 or 10 who would change majors from the fall to the spring semester and decide they wanted to be elementary teachers. We actually had almost 50 students that changed majors and now joined our Learners 2 course. So our Learners 2 course has about 130 students in it, which is tremendous. And we really attribute that to word of mouth, the promotion that came from the students who took that first course, talking about how impactful it was on them, and getting that word out to others who had maybe been considering teaching who hadn't made that decision. So we're really excited about that and some of the opportunities that that's affording us. We also work with community colleges like Benjamin was talking about. Obviously, Kirkwood geographically is very close to us, and not only is the Kirkwood campus close to us, but we also have the Kirkwood Regional Center at the University of Iowa, which is a center for high school students to take coursework at. There's an education academy at that center, and I actually get to teach a class in that center for high school students who want to be teachers. So we have a great connection there. Our faculty will go out and talk to those students about research they're doing. Our students will engage with those students about what's it like to study to be a teacher. we're nearing 20 students who have been a part of that program who are now either in or have completed our University of Iowa program. And that's allowed us to also look at pathways from Kirkwood itself and some 2+2 type pathways where they can complete our program within 2 years if they've got the AA from Kirkwood as well, and then looking at expanding that to some other high school programs and as well as some other community college programs. I'll kind of put together a couple of the next bullets. We're always continually looking at our curriculum. We're continually looking at what we're doing with our different courses, but also I think importantly, how we're tying our curriculum together with our field experiences, what is happening in the field, in the practicum courses, along with what's happening in the coursework. And a lot of those other things, we're developing core principles built on our conceptual framework. We're looking at opportunities to combine undergraduate and graduate programs in teacher ed. And then we were just recently approved for paraeducator certification. And we're including all of that into our curriculum in new and different ways as we explore those options.
So at Iowa State, again, we have a bunch of bullets, and I'll talk about a few of them. The first one, though, is we're very proud of our international student teaching. This is a very popular program. Our student teachers, they do a 16-week student teaching, they can do 8 weeks internationally. And they really bring back a lot of great information that helps not only their teaching, but their leadership as they continue on teachers. Currently, we have student teaching available in Poland, in Taiwan, in New Zealand, in Ecuador, in Germany, and in Norway. And we're always looking to find other opportunities. We also have been working with donors. We have quite a bit of good, strong donor support to help allay the costs for those students so that it's not that expensive for them. On the partnership piece, like just about anybody, we're working on, we have partnerships with Ames schools, with local schools, with community colleges and things like that. And we're close enough to Des Moines that we have some partnerships there. One in particular I wanted to bring up, though, is our ISU for You Promise. It's a program that's beneficial not only to elementary students, but to our teacher candidates as well. There are 2 schools that are urban, diverse schools in Des Moines where we send our candidates for an extended clinical experience so they can work with students who are different than they are, and they can learn a lot about how to work with diverse students. But in those schools, if those students, and we go into 2nd, 3rd grade classrooms, if those students agree to, with their parents obviously, if they agree to stay in school, continue to do well, and we check in with them, then when they're ready, they're accepted into Iowa State. And they get significant financial support in Iowa State so that they can come in through our teacher prep program and become teachers. And then, we're getting teachers that can help better meet the needs of students across the state. And so we're very proud of that program. The other part of this is with our extension and our administrator preparation, we very much take seriously our mission as a land-grant institution. So we have a lot of rural partnerships, and in particular, we're doing some rural initiatives around administrator preparation and administrator support. There's significant research that a couple of our faculty members are doing across the state that will, again, help provide support for current administrators, but then also help recruitment for people who want to be teachers, want to be administrators in rural areas, and how can we meet those needs as well. So we're reaching out through extension through any of these avenues that we have to try to meet the needs across the state.
So we also wanted to make you aware that the 3 Regents institutions are quite collaborative when it comes to educator preparation. This management team that you have in front of you, we meet every other month to discuss a number of things, some of them being how do we become more efficient, what's a good idea that you've had on this pressing problem. One of them being providing better instruction to ELL students. We see that that's an issue across the state. Well, if we're preparing, nearly half of all the teachers that are in the state, the changes that we make can make statewide changes. We are very good about sharing ideas, and part of that is because we see that that this is a bigger issue than just any one of the institutions that you have in front of you.
So some of the things that we discuss when we're meeting and collaborating and the sorts of things that we share, at each of our institutions, there's significant research agendas that are being engaged with by faculty and with the grad students and even our undergraduate students, but they're sometimes in different areas. So I think it's helpful for us to talk a little bit about what's happening on the different campuses in terms of research. I think one of the things that's important to point out is, some of that research is focused on how to set up effective learning environments in certain content areas. What's the best way to set up a learning environment in a mathematics classroom? But some of that is focused on what's the best way to set up a learning environment for teacher education programs? What's the best way to help pre-service students learn to become teachers? And so we talk about those things. We discuss the data that we're gathering from different sources. We hear from our students, we hear from our graduates, we work with the external stakeholders. I'm actually going from this meeting back home to have a meeting with our Teacher Ed Program Advisory Board, which is our external stakeholders in the local area, hear what they have to say about our students, and we talk about that and what we're hearing from each of our local areas. And then just being responsive to new knowledge. What this sort of a conversation we're having today, the three of us have often. What are we doing to update our programs? How are we engaging in our conceptual frameworks? As some of us are nearing accreditation and working with the Department of Ed, we discuss the ways that we've all sort of handled that and making sure that what we're doing and we're all working towards is this preparation of educators for really all districts. We have 3 geographic regions that we're all associated with, so it's a great opportunity to talk about what's happening in different areas of the state, but also just to talk about what are the different things we're all doing to create solid, rigorous programs that, like we said with RAPL, not only license teachers, but develop teachers who are going to stick with the profession, who are going to be retained and who are going to continue in education.
So we feel that we have very strong programs, but that's just us. So I want to mention that this is validated through the state approval process. As Mark mentioned, through the Iowa Department of Education, the State Board of Education, every educator prep program is reapproved, reaccredited every 7 years. And these 3 institutions are very successful in that regard. We have good, rigorous approval processes, and we come out of it very well. And I think one of the reasons that we do so well is because as we're looking at this accreditation program, because we're looking at our own programs, we're continuously updating our programs. One of the things that each of us, we found that we had on our update slides for each university is that we are updating our elementary education programs. We're updating these various programs. And we're really looking at how can we make program the best that it can be, the best quality it can be, the most efficient that it can be. So we always are looking at how we meet those, how we update those programs. We also look at the statutory requirements. We are required to prepare teachers and administrators and specialists to meet the needs of students from diverse backgrounds, whether they're at risk, whether they have difficulty reading, whether they are not English learners, or they're English learners and not English speakers, et cetera, et cetera. We're required to prepare our teachers to meet all of those needs, and we take that very seriously and work very hard to do that. We also will look at things beyond teaching. We look at our data. What does our data show us? And we do a statewide, we survey beginning teachers every year and tie that back to the university. How well were our Iowa State graduates, for instance, prepared to do this and this and this and this? And we look at that, and then we make adjustments based on that. One of the things that we found last couple of years, and especially coming out of COVID, is our candidates, didn't feel like they were as well prepared as they could be to meet their own mental health needs and the mental health needs of their students. And so if you don't meet those, learning doesn't happen anyway. So we've adjusted that as we go through. We also are very conscious and follow very closely legislation, because not only legislation that affects the institutes of higher education, but legislation that affects P-12 education, because we're preparing teachers to be in that system. So we're making sure that we're adjusting as we need to as legislation changes as well.
As one of our final points, we want to point out that not only do we collaborate across, but we actually have quite a bit of reach beyond just the three of us and the state of Iowa. We are considered leaders in a number of these associations that we participate in. I'll just point out the second one, the Iowa Association of Colleges of Teacher Education. We have membership from each of our regents on that executive board that essentially looks at policies, especially within Iowa. The American Association for Colleges of Teacher Education is that national organization. And frequently when I go and I tell them that I'm from the University of Northern Iowa, they'll say, "Oh yeah, you guys are always here." And we often send a good dozen or so individuals who are presenting on the research and the work that they're doing. We know that we can't just do this in an insular way, and so we both receive and provide best practices to others.
We'll just show this last slide. We're not going to spend more time talking about RAPPL, but a couple of the different things that we had mentioned already about the RAPPL program. But I think if I can, to wrap up our presentation, hopefully this gave you a sense of lots of the different specific initiatives. I think I would just sort of end things by saying, this is titled Good Things in Educator Preparation. I think one of the best things that the three of us talk about a lot is the real good things are the students we get to work with. We get to meet every day students who are really committed to this profession, to this calling, to this vocation, and the things that we get to see those students engaging in, and the perspective that those students have, and their willingness to commit to this is I think really gratifying for us, and hopefully a reflection on some of the things that we talked about today. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there some questions that people have? Yes, Regent Lindemeyer.
Yeah, can you speak to what your recent enrollment trends are and how it compares to recent turnover rates in the profession, whether it be through retirement or just people leaving the field?
And I can talk about retention initially because one of our graduate faculty is doing his research just on that. And retention in Iowa for teachers is terrible. Many of our districts have a 25% turnover. Every year we look at, on August 28th, we look at how many jobs are open because that's about the beginning of the school year. 5 years ago, there were 40 or 50. Last year, there were 580. So there's a significant need for people to become educators, become teachers, principals, et cetera. And nationally, statewide, I would say the numbers are down. In ours, at Iowa State, our numbers are down from last year. Actually, we had a bump, and now they're back down a little bit.
So at UNI, one surprising thing is going back 10 years, the number of graduates has remained super consistent, between about 450 and 500 teacher educators every year that we graduate. Within that same time frame, we have seen that there's a dip in a number of our programs. So we're expecting to, it's almost like we're lagging behind what we've seen nationally. We don't want to dip. We're doing everything we can not to, but so far, UNI has remained really healthy on the number of students that it puts out. One of the reasons why we've been able to be healthy, I believe, is because we've started to target these non-traditional students. Mm-hmm. Someone who's 29 and wants to come back to school is the group that's coming into Iowa. The number of high school students that are graduating is slowing. And yes, we have tons and tons of 18 to 22-year-olds on our campus, but there are 20 and 30 and 40-year-olds that are hungry for additional education. And we've gotten much more nimble at being able to reach out to those individuals. If I took away the 2+2 and the Purple Pathway, just those two, I would show that we've started to have quite a dip in enrollment. I add those in and we look much more stable.
Our numbers have actually been fairly healthy. We've had an increase over the last 5 years. Some of that has been some things that have happened at the state level with entrance exams and things like that. There's been some barriers that have been alleviated. I agree with Benjamin. I think looking at different alternative routes, even we talk sometimes about alternative routes that are not that alternative in terms of how do we offer our traditional program in a way that is accessible to people who can't come to class during the workday. So we may still offer the same coursework, but can we offer our entire elementary ed pathway at night, in the summertime, online, in different sort of varieties so students can get there? We talked with, student athletes tend to be interested in coaching and therefore might have a natural interest in teaching, but their schedule is pretty hectic. And so how do we create opportunities in that way? And then the third way would be, we've talked a lot about elementary education. Secondary education is a little unique, I think. I think this would be true. There's probably a greater percentage of elementary teachers who come to college thinking, I want to be an elementary teacher. Secondary teachers tend to be a little later in their decision. They may come to college thinking they're going to do something else. I really like science, I really like math. And then after they've been in college a while, they decide, you know what, maybe teaching is something I'm interested in. And what we try to think about, what are ways for us to connect with those students in their first couple of years? We've had NOICE grants where we can work with those students to try to encourage them to get involved in a summer program. See if you think teaching is something you'd like. And oh, by the way, we have this program you might be interested in terms of scholarship for people that want to be teachers.
So just to follow up, do you see the enrollments, are we addressing adequately the turnover rates in that profession, do you think? Or is there going to be a shortage?
Well, I would say that we already are at a shortage. Will it get worse? I think one of the places that, if we can stave off the getting worse, has to do with making sure that we have the most quality prepared teachers. A lot of the research that's come out over the last 10 years or so has shown that a teacher that is less qualified is much more likely to leave the profession more quickly. So the better we can prepare a teacher, the better chance we have that they'll stay. We have lots and lots of teachers across the nation that are certified to be teachers. So it's not necessarily a capacity issue. It's people that want to actually be in there. That idea of RAPL being an alternative pathway that's aligned with an IHE is really compelling for us, because our data show that RAPL students are retained at about 90% after
10 years.
10 years.
Which is incredible compared to the state average.
National averages are often looking at half of teachers leaving at 5 years. So we really believe that the better quality with efficiency is the route that you go to avoid that, to avoid more and more of a teacher shortage.
And I would suggest, I think the teacher shortage is going to get worse. I've been looking at the data for 10 years. I used to work for the Department of Education. And I think if it was just bringing in beginning teachers, I think we could keep up and we'd be okay. But what we're battling is the people who are leaving. And so, with the natural retirement, the natural people are leaving, we could keep up with that. But people that are leaving for a number of reasons, we have districts with a 25% turnover rate. So we're playing catch up with that.
I think that's, again, the importance of us staying connected with our external stakeholders to hear about. There was in the fall a flurry of media requests to talk about the teacher shortage, and one of the things I talked about was we've had areas that have been shortages with teaching for a long time. when I taught science ed, everybody needed physics teachers. We always got calls for people wanting a physics teacher. We never got calls for people wanting elementary teachers. And now we're starting to get calls for people in September saying, I still have 5 elementary positions. But that's not necessarily everybody's shortage. Somebody else, the issue might be, you know, I'm having trouble filling special ed. I'm having trouble filling some of the special. And so I think part of our job is to stay connected with the districts to find out what is it that are the needs in your particular area that we can, you know, start thinking a little bit more about in terms of offering ways to make it easier or maybe more efficient to find those endorsements.
Okay, I know there's, raise your hands if you've got a question. You got one. Regent Parker, and I've got one. Okay.
I was curious if you could share if there's data sharing what are the other reasons that teachers are leaving the field besides retirement?
There's, we have a faculty member at Iowa State University who's beginning to research just that. There is some, there's research around the area. There was a study done a few years ago that looked at why are teachers leaving, and while they would give a number of reasons why they're leaving, what would keep you from leaving, salary was the number one. But salary is never the number one why people are leaving. And now there's the changing culture of teaching right now, I think is although we don't have data on it yet, the changing culture we believe is impacting people staying in teaching.
We had one of our students, our doctoral students, write about burnout, and there's actually quite a bit of research out there that ties teacher burnout to leaving the profession. One of the things that he focused on was just feeling like you are part of that community, internal to the school and external to the school. If a community feels like the teaching profession is not valued the way it used to be, you tend to have less resilience to stick around for a long amount of time. But the school districts themselves also need to create an environment where they feel like they're a community of practice. Right. If you've ever heard of PLCs and mentorship programs in the early years of a novice teacher, we know that those things do make a difference.
I had one other question. At what point for a student going through teacher ed prep, if they're not a good fit to be a teacher, is there a point that somebody is saying that, or you mentioned the licensure piece of it? You know, I mean, because there's a quality issue too on the other side of it. If we don't want teachers going to school districts that aren't really, meant to be good teachers.
Right. I think, I would sort of piggyback off of the, Benjamin's talking a little bit about this sense of professionalization. I want to make sure that I feel like I'm being valued as a professional. We have faculty who, this is what, they were teachers, and it's important to them to sort of maintain the professionalism of the profession, of the career, and so they do value that. I'm sure we all have sort of structures in place for, as students are working through our program, we call them notices of concern, where our faculty can submit a notice of concern. And the way we're trying to deal with it is sort of the same way we talk about students, from an asset-based perspective, that we understand different students come in with different strengths and different assets. We want to build off of those. We want to help you recognize what those are and help you recognize some of the areas that you need to maybe have some professional development in. So we utilize this system. We just actually hired a student support coordinator who's very specifically working with our students who find themselves on academic probation or who might get multiple notices of concern, a little bit outside of what our advisors do. We've had some structures in place with that. And then we do some sort of counseling. We are fortunate enough to have we have a non-licensure program in our College of Ed that we call ESHER, Educational Studies and Human Relations, that some students, they may realize, I want to be in education, but I don't necessarily want to be a teacher, or we talk with them about, here's some strengths, and here's some areas you need to grow in, and these are things that if these don't improve, licensure will not be an option, therefore what about this other program? And so we try to have those honest conversations with our students as well.
We see remediation more than we used to. We all have that concerns we call it a concerns index. But we've tried, this year, we've really worked hard to get specifics in there. And so rather than let a student maybe go to student teaching and fail, then let's examine before they get there, what are the needs, how can we remediate that, how can we help them to again, the asset model, how can we help them to build what they need to build so that they could be successful in student teaching and then be successful as a teacher. So we're really doing, I think we're all doing a much better job of examining where a student is as they develop through the program, rather than just, okay, there you go.
I had some great things to say, but they basically hit everything that I was going to say. So.
Thank you. And Regent Barker.
Go ahead.
Thanks. Can you tell us about the role of DEI and related concepts in teacher preparation at your institutions?
So often when we talk about inclusion, we're really dealing with the fact that all children need to be educated. And so that's basically what that term is getting at, is we need to make sure that our teachers are able to teach any student that comes before them into their classroom, and to do it well. We've seen that a lot of the supports that you put into better instruction tends to have an added effect for those who are living in poverty, for those who have less opportunities for community supports. And so we try to make it so that any teacher, whether they're teaching in an affluent school district or in one that's not doing well, that they have that best instruction possible. In code, we have a requirement to help teachers understand diverse learners. That at UNI, a diverse learners instruction comes in a particular course, and then we also advocate for that instruction to show up in lots of what we call the professional core. The professional core are courses that any teacher in any endorsement would receive. That includes learning and motivation, developmental psychology, foundations of American education, et cetera.
And I brought it back to this slide because there's pieces in Iowa Administrative Code that specifically spell out what we must do, but we embrace that and actually take it, okay, now how do we really make sure this works? The illustration I'll make is around inclusion. When I was a kid, students who had special needs were pulled out, put in a room somewhere that was probably made of cinder blocks. And so what we try to do, especially with special education, if a student can stay in the general ed classroom with some accommodations and be included in that classroom and learn with his or her peers, that's what we're working for.
I'd kind of go back to what I said about the one class we have where we try to focus on learning. We need to understand learning. We need to understand instruction. But we also need to understand learners. And a lot of what we need to do as teachers is have, to the best extent possible, an understanding of the learners that we're engaging with. Number one, I've grown up in Iowa. I went to a small, my dad was a teacher. I grew up around schools. But not everybody that I teach had the same experience that I did with schools. And it's important for me to recognize that as I work with students, and that's what we're trying to end. Not the idea of asset-based learning, that every student that our students are engaging with have some characteristics, some strengths, some assets that can be built on. They may not be the same assets and strengths as mine, and therefore, what can we do to try to help understand those and help our students understand that that's what we're trying to do, I think is our goal.
So would you say that everything that's sort of DEI related in your curriculum is sort of evidence-based, approaches to bringing out the best in diverse students and not ideological?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I was having a conversation with another one of our doctoral students who actually just completed her dissertation looking at Amish schools and how much they adhere to Iowa core standards. And she talked about this concept called the apprenticeship of observation. It's this idea that everyone's been in schools for years, and so everyone ought to be able to teach because you've got plenty of time having been a student. It can't be that different, teaching versus learning. And what the research shows is that those assumptions that you have about what ought to happen in a classroom is really closely tied to what your experience was. But if your experience is not what the teacher's experience was, they can really in a passive way ignore what particular students really need. So they're not necessarily coming at it from ideologies. It's more the fact that there's a lot of research that shows whatever that teacher's background experience is, they're going to highlight those and diminish the other things.
Right, it's about understanding the diversity, understanding the culture of a student to help meet that student's culture. So it's really more of an application of learning.
And you'd say the same at the University of Iowa with it?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. They've answered your questions. Okay. I've worked in education policy for a long time now, and one of the questions that comes up regularly is, in terms of teacher prep, is how do we teach reading? How are teachers being taught to teach reading? I've been through lots of debates over the years on that. And do we do a praxis? Do we not do a praxis to get the best teachers? But could you please address what we're doing for teaching reading in all three of your schools now? What are we doing? Starting to read. Yeah.
So I'll start. I actually had a conversation with our program coordinator for the literacy minor. It's our third largest minor on campus. Lots of students know going, especially at the younger grades, know that they are more hireable if they have a reading endorsement. And so I asked her in particular about the science of reading, because we get a lot of those kinds of questions. And if you've been in ed policy for a while, then you know that, years ago they literally called them the reading wars, where it's like, do you teach phonics or do you teach whole language? And what's known from a research standpoint is that there are really good concepts on both sides of the argument. And the science of reading has basically come into that same issue. It is a particular method that has really good things to it, and it also leaves out others. And so the way our literacy faculty think about it is that they want to be able to prepare our teacher candidates to understand lots of different methods for teaching reading. They may not know what school they're going into. That school may already have a curriculum that's in place, and they need to be able to scrutinize professionally how to run that curriculum well, and to do it as someone who's informed, as a teacher who's going to have to make a whole lot of independent decisions every day that they're there with their students.
I would echo I think the idea that we have, it's not an either-or situation with lots of things, including, we're fortunate in some ways at Iowa. We have the Iowa Reading Research Center that has some they have some professional development related very specifically to science of reading. We have some faculty member in our literacy who have studied a more balanced overall approach to literacy development. And the conversation is, no one who's studied a broader balanced approach is saying don't do phonemic awareness. No one is saying that, right? There's not this, it's either one or the other. It's a combination. It's a balance. It's a utilization of information from lots of different sources. And again, we've already got some things planned for the summer to bring together people and talk about different ideas when it comes to literacy instruction. And what does that mean for our students? What are the things we're introducing our students to as they work their way through the program? But we have students that do field experiences in different districts and different communities that are using slightly different approaches. And so our encouragement to the students is have those conversations with your instructors. What is it that you find very valuable, that you think is helping students, that's there's evidence that this is making a big difference? What are the areas that this approach seems to be not reaching all of your students, not motivating all of your students? And compare that to some other ways that have been suggested, other ideas that come up as well. So I think it's a both and not an either or situation. That's what we really need to focus on.
So to clarify a
Sure.
little bit more on the teacher prep program for an early elementary,
Right.
what do they get? How many classes do
sure.
they
Got it.
get
Sure.
in
Got it.
reading?
Got it.
Do you want to cover
We
that?
can-
Teaching
Yeah.
reading
Yeah.
methods,
Yes. And
what
so
are
there-
they? I'm
Got it.
hearing back from some AEA folks and some parents that our teachers don't know how to teach reading. I
Yes,
mean,
ma'am.
that's just some messages that have
Sure.
come to me, and I want a chance to hear your.
Right, I can address that, and I think I wanted to reiterate that it used to be, everybody had to learn letters. Or, everybody had to use reading and recovery, everybody had to learn this and that.
Right, all
And
different.
the issue is that if you just focus on one of these, and then your teachers go to this district, that district doesn't use that. So we have to prepare our teachers to be able to use whatever strategies those districts are using. So the candidates get every bit of 12, 15 credits in literacy, elementary ed majors do. They get, and that's if they don't get a reading endorsement. I'm talking about a general ed teacher, as well as secondary teachers. They're also getting literacy development, content area literacy, and that kind of work. Excuse me. And so then they're also getting multiple field experiences where they practice that. So whether they go into a title reading area or whether they go to a general reading area, they're practicing that literacy, that teaching reading, that using reading as well. The other thing that about, I'd say, well, I know with Iowa State, it's about 85% of our elementary ed graduates get a reading endorsement. So what we're looking at is, let's just build it in. So, we just want to, how can we configure our program so that if you're an elementary ed teacher, you are also a teacher of reading, no matter what. And so we're trying to do that as well.
So a sense of, I was going through my head on, okay, what are the courses that, without the minor, we've got about 1,100 elementary education students. There are 300 that are getting their reading endorsement. So regardless of those 300, everyone is going to take a content literacy course where they're really looking at analyzing the books that they would read. They're taking a literacy in the early grades, so like the very beginning of K3, and then they take a middle grades. That's the 4th through 6th. That's another 3-credit course. And then they're taking an assessment of literacy course. So that's the 12 credits that nobody in elementary education can get out of at a minimum. And it's either an additional 15 or 16 credits that the reading endorsement would add on top of those 12 credits. So a pretty good chunk, almost a year's worth of coursework.
Same for us. We have a children's literature course, then they take a early K through 3 children's literature methods course, 4 through 6. They take an exceptionalities in literature course. They take an assessment course in our students. So it's the bulk.
Same.
Yeah.
Those are methods as well, so teaching strategies and
Right.
that kind
Correct.
of.
Yep, we like to get our students right in front of those, of elementary students to be able to practice those things.
Okay, we're done, okay. I just.
Are we done?
All righty.
That's our 20
Okay.
minutes, right?
Well, thank you so much for that
Thank you. Thanks
presentation.
for having us.
Really appreciate it and appreciate the work you're doing. Yeah, so
Thank you.
much. So this being my last meeting, I wanted to tell you all how much I appreciate being able to serve in this capacity for the last 6 years. I am so humbled to be able to serve with these great minds in this room. It's been wonderful. I'm impressed with the thoroughness, the collaboration, all the good things that are going on in academically in our campuses and thereby helping the state of Iowa. So thank you all so much for being supportive. And I mean, we ask a question and you just come back with great answers that have been very helpful, and it's just been awesome to work with y'all, so thank you very much. And this meeting is adjourned.
meeting of the Board of Regents, State of Iowa for April 19, 2023 will come to order. I'll begin by calling the roll. Regent Dunkel.
Here.
Regent Barker. I know he's here, but I'll wait, I'll recall it. And Regent Rouse isn't here. Regent Bates.
Here.
Regent Lindemeyer.
Here.
Regent Butker.
Here.
Regent Reiswick. Regent Richards is present. We have a quorum and the meeting will proceed. At this time, I turn the meeting over to Regent. Oh, did I forget Regent Crowe?
Here.
I'm sorry. Regent Crowe, are you here?
Yes, here.
Yes. I apologize for that. And we know that Regent Barker is here, and we know that she's over there. Yeah, Regent Rouse is here. So we have everyone is here. At this time, I'll turn the meeting over to Regent Dunkel, who will run the Audit and Compliance Committee meeting.
Thank you, President Richards. Thanks everyone for being here today. This is the Audit and Compliance Committee. And our first order of business will be the minutes of the February 22nd, 2023 Audit and Compliance Committee meeting, which you've all received ahead of time in your packet. Are there any questions or corrections? Okay, then the committee will approve the minutes by general consent. Now I'll recognize Chief Audit Executive Deborah Johnston to present the internal audit reports issued. Deborah?
And good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I have several reports to talk about today, and then just a couple of follow-up items. The first one is from the University of Iowa. It's the Driving Safety Research Institute. We used to call it NADS. We had a number of typical administrative recommendations in this particular audit regarding reconciling their general ledger accounts, timely billing of some of their subscription, their compliance and training, their physical access, disaster recovery, and business continuation planning and time and effort reporting. So those are typical things that we see in normal audits. But we did also make a number of information security recommendations related to their IT infrastructure, which is very unique and very complex. The primary recommendations here included working more closely with ITS, centralized ITS, to ensure that their Active Directory domain is managed appropriately. And we'd like them to request an exception to policy for their wireless access points if the university's EduRoam can't be used. We want them to work with the Information Security Office to ensure that their servers are accessible for the scanning, the vulnerability scanning that we do across campus. And we really would like to see them improve their IT documentation and support procedures to help remediate the risk of a single point of failure for the primary system administrator, who is kind of integral in building this very complex infrastructure. The next audit would be from Iowa State, and we completed a building access audit here. Processes may differ between the academic and the administrative buildings, but the primary recommendations related to stronger centralized oversight. Example of this would be verifying FPM's data against current student and current employee data, doing that periodically. Would like to see enhanced reporting for building coordinators to use, so when they do their key audits in their areas, they have better information. Would like to see a master key management and request policy put together, and would like to have them consider creating integrations with Workday from those student and HR systems to help with automation, which is really would solve a lot of the issues across all of the campuses if we could get those automations in place. We would like to see the residence hall secure access to extra room keys and verify access more often than yearly due to the number of transfers that happen in those areas. We also recommended that they improve controls related to contractor loan keys and cards and ensure that business continuity and disaster recovery plans are documented and are current. I do have to let you know that we do have an error in this report. It's under item 3. We have a data point that is incorrect, and it's in the number of keys that are registered in the FAMOUS system. It's overstated, but we're working with the FPM to generate the correct number. We'll amend the report, and I just want to let you know that it will not have any impact on the recommendation or the action plans under that item. At UNI, we completed an audit of university relations. And so the primary recommendations here included updating and enforcing policy regarding centralized oversight. We would like them to update their marketing plan to reflect reporting and oversight expectations and develop KPIs for tracking success. We ask that they improve project management processes and ensure job descriptions are accurate and that standardized performance management tools are in place. We'd also like to see them improve their financial and procurement processes and ensure that IT sources are tracked and managed, resources are tracked and managed appropriately. Are there any questions on those audits?
Anyone, any questions?
Okay.
Deb, thank you.
Okay. I wanted to give you an update on our audit progress, and we've probably not done as well. Well, I know we've not done as well this year as we have in prior years. We currently have 4 open seats. So we're down staff. We have been down staff for most of the year. And we're working with HR trying to generate some applicants for those particular positions. I've also met with the deans of the business colleges at each of the institutions to see if we could source some applicants from their programs. So we're hopeful that we can get some help there. Then the last item, I just wanted to give you an update on the Baker Tilly North Liberty construction audit. They are on track and on time for their milestones that they set forth in their kickoff meeting. And we have a meeting next week on the 26th to go over any particular issues that they might have found. But I think if we had found something significant, they would have told me sooner. So that's all I have for you today. Any questions?
Oh, good. Thank you. You're reading my mind because I was going to ask you about how that was coming along.
Yeah.
So next week. Good. Any other questions? You've done several other reports that you didn't talk about today, but good information.
Great.
Are there any other business to come before this committee? Hearing none, I'd like to make a motion that the Audit and Compliance Committee recommend that the board receive the internal audit reports issued. Do I have a second to that?
I'll second.
Thank you, Regent Bates, for that second. The Audit and Compliance Committee is now adjourned. Thanks, Deb.
Thank you, Regent Dunkel. At this time, I'd like to recognize Regent Bates, who will run the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics Committee meeting.
Okay. All right, if everybody's ready from the hospital, we're ready for you. Good afternoon. So our first item is approval of the minutes from the February 22nd, 2023 meeting. Are there any questions or corrections? If not, the minutes are approved by general consent. And now I'll welcome, Dr. Brooks Jackson, Vice President for Medical Affairs at Tyrone D. Arts Dean, Carver College of Medicine. I'll turn the floor over to you now.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Regent Bates and fellow regents. I'm very pleased to be here today, and I'm joined by Interim Associate Vice President for UI Healthcare and Chief Executive Officer for UI Hospitals and Clinics, Kim Hunter, UI Healthcare's Associate Vice President for Finance and Chief Financial Officer, Mark Henricks, and UI Healthcare's Associate Vice President for Legal Affairs, Joe Clayman, who will share the proposed amended and restated University of Iowa bylaws for which we are seeking approval. First, I'd like to start with a few quick updates. I'm pleased to share that earlier this month, and after 3+ years in operation, we marked the official stand down of our hospital incident command system related to the COVID-19 pandemic. The happy occasion provided an opportunity for us to recognize the amazing efforts of our faculty and staff throughout the pandemic, as well as to reflect on the remarkable achievements made and the important lessons learned. We are so proud of all the hard work, dedication, and innovation demonstrated by our colleagues in leading the charge to keep our patients, our community, and each other safe during this truly life-changing episode. Our team quickly stood up COVID-19 testing sites and innovated laboratory testing capabilities with turnaround times that set new standards of excellence. Our providers cared for the state's first COVID-19 patients and set up a novel home healthcare program that allowed more patients to be cared for at home. Our people provided essential guidance to the state's public health officials and public policymakers and educated providers at hospitals throughout Iowa on best practices for caring for patients with COVID. Our researchers helped lead groundbreaking vaccine clinical trials that led to the rapid development of protective vaccines, and the list goes on and on. We are so proud of our people and the way they truly embodied our mission in changing medicine, changing lives throughout some of the toughest days in our organization's history. And we couldn't have done it without their unrelenting commitment to excellence, and we want to acknowledge and thank them once again for their remarkable resilience and their unwavering service to the people of Iowa. On the academic front, another match day is in the record books for the UI Carver College of Medicine, with all the excitement, laughter, and happy tears that come with learning where our students will take the next significant step in their careers. Among the 152 medical students who will graduate from our college this year, 30% or 45 graduates will go on to residency training in Iowa, including 31 students who matched into a program at UI hospitals and clinics. Overall, our students matched into 23 different specialties across 35 states. The top 5 specialties in order were family medicine, pediatrics, internal medicine, anesthesiology, and emergency medicine. Fully 39% chose primary care specialties, and of those, 32% were in internal medicine, 30% in family medicine, 30% pediatrics, and 8% obstetrics and gynecology. Geographically, the most popular state after Iowa for first-year training was California, with 14 graduating students receiving their residency training there. Minnesota will receive 7 graduates, while Wisconsin and Illinois will each receive 7. We are delighted by the success of all of our students and wish them all the best as they prepare to launch this important next phase of their careers. In terms of research funding, I want to underscore the tremendous progress of our research enterprise, which saw exciting news in March. Among the highlights was news that our Institute for Clinical and Translational Science received a new CTSA UM1 award, which aims to catalyze the development, demonstration, and dissemination of methods and technologies that dramatically improve efficiency and quality across the translational research spectrum. This is a 7-year award totaling $28 million. Overall, external funding through March was up more than 10.4% over the same time last year, and our NIH awards are also up 10.6% from this time last year, and nearly double the increase we saw in February. While the number of overall new and competitive renewal proposal applications is down slightly, 0.1%, compared to this time in FY22, NIH applications continue to trend upward at 2.7% over this time last year, which is about double what we saw in February. So kudos to our researchers for their continued hard work to seek out and bring in vital external dollars to the institution. Finally, I want to share with you some great news about our physician assistant program, which just last fall celebrated its 50th anniversary and is currently ranked #1 in the country by U.S. News & World Report. I'm delighted to share that the program recently received notice not only of their continuing accreditation status, which is an achievement in and of itself, but also they were awarded the maximum length granted, which is 10 years. This means the accrediting body known as the Accreditation Review Commission on Education for the Physician Assistant will not return for a site visit until 2033. This is truly an extraordinary achievement, and we could not be prouder. I think it also helps to explain why for the past 26 years, each class of physician assistant program graduates has achieved a 100% pass rate on the Physician Assistant National Certifying Exam, a remarkable record of sustained excellence. What makes the PA program at Iowa unique is its curriculum, which is unlike any other PA program in the country. UI physician assistant students complete all their didactic coursework and some of their clinical clerkships right alongside our students in the Carver College of Medicine's MD program. I want to acknowledge Professor and Chair of the Department of PA Studies and Services, Dr. David Asprey, as well as Director of the PA program, Anthony Brenneman, for their exceptional leadership and stewardship of this tradition of excellence at Iowa. And congratulations to the entire PA program team and to all the dedicated faculty and staff in the Department of PA Studies and Services for their hard work and achievement. So that concludes my opening remarks, and now I'll ask Kim and Mark to provide the financial and operational update.
So, on that positive note, I get to share more positive news with you, right? It's always an honor to really be able to share with you really good things about what we do at UI Healthcare and the impact it makes on patients, because I think that connection with our people is so important. So I want to talk to you about two different things today. One is our short stay unit, and the other is our food and nutrition services area. And so I'll take you through that. So we have talked some with this committee about our short stay unit and the plans for building that and opening it. And it's actually reality. We opened it this Monday. So we're 3 days into it. It's beautiful. If you want to come tour it, we're happy to take you through there. So we opened this unit. It's a 30-bed unit in our John Colleton Pavilion. It's on our lower level. All of the rooms are private. All of the rooms have bathrooms. And this is really important when you're a patient, right? And so it's just beautiful and a great place to take care of patients. So there are really two types of patients who receive care in a short stay unit. And some of you may have done this yourself. Some patients have medical issues. We're not quite sure what they are, what treatments needed, but we need to observe them and render some care. And they aren't sick enough to be an inpatient in the hospital. And so they are a group of patients who end up in our short stay unit. And another are patients who have minor surgical procedures and need to be with us for a period of 24 hours or maybe 36 hours, and then they go home. And so this is an important patient population that we're serving in this unit. This diagram, how do you tell somebody what goes on in a hospital? There's so many different moving parts. And so really there are 4 paths typically a patient would take. And that's what this diagram really is here to illustrate. So the first would be, just say, for a patient that comes into the emergency department and maybe they have a broken bone and they get that set, a cast put on, and then they go home. So they're only with us in the emergency department, okay? In the yellow line, if you follow that through, it may be a patient, one of the groups I was just talking about, that needs a minor surgical procedure, and they need to stay with us overnight for us to help them, and then we send them on their way, and they go to a short stay unit, right? Another is a group of patients that perhaps they come to the emergency department with chest pain or a stomach issue and not quite sure what's going on. They may need to be in a short stay unit to be observed and receive some care. And then after that, 2 things could happen. One, they could need to stay with us longer, and then they're admitted as a regular hospital patient. Others may go home from there. And then the fourth really is represented by the green line, and those are for patients who typically would present to our emergency department that require some more acute care that we provide, more complex care, right? Whether it's surgery or other ICU type care. And so they go through the regular path through an inpatient unit. Some of the typical things that we see patients come to the short stay unit for are certain surgical procedures and then other medical type of things that I mentioned. This graph represents the increase in short stay care that we provide at UIHC, and you can see that the need for that continues to increase. Thus, the need for us to have this new unit where we consolidate the care for these patients. Prior to this unit opening, we had 2 areas that were used for short stay patients, and then we had miscellaneous beds that these patients were admitted to. And in order to provide for efficiencies of care, co-locate them, because there's a certain way you care for these short stay patients, it's great to have them in a short stay unit. So we continue to meet the need that is there. To build on what I just said, when you have a short stay unit, it's specialized in that care. So everybody working in that unit is focused on these less acute issues, turning patient assessments around quickly, getting tests done quickly, and then talking to people about what they need to do when they go home. And it's a better experience for a patient too. Nobody really wants to stay with us a real long time if they don't have to. And so being in a place where they can come, be there for a short period of time, get the care they need in a really soothing environment is great. The other benefit for us is we often talk to you about how we have capacity challenges. We have a lot of patients and not enough beds at times to meet the needs. And so taking patients that need short stay care, putting them in a special unit for them, then frees up beds they would otherwise be occupying in a regular inpatient unit. So there are a lot of benefits there. I want to talk to you about food and nutrition services. So when you operate a hospital, there are so many moving parts, and it is true teamwork, right? And so food and nutrition services sometimes is not highlighted as much. They're a little bit more behind the scenes. So I think it's important for us to talk about them because they provide a great service. There are really three things that you think of when you think of food and nutrition services. Probably what everybody in here would think about is, well, I need a cafeteria if I'm going to be in a hospital and I need to get food if I'm visiting someone. Another is, well, all the patients who are spending the night in the hospital, they need food as well. The other facet of what they do is not as well known to people, but we have nutritionists that provide nutritional services to patients that need that. And we have, we employ, I think, well over probably 250 full-time equivalent employees in food and nutrition services, so it's quite large. And we have about 44 clinical dietitians. So when you look at the retail and patient food service, it's honestly astounding the volume of what they take care of. And so we have different cafes and cafeterias within UI Healthcare. They serve about 8,000 meals a day to people like you and me, whether you're an employee or you're a visitor there. Over 4.3 million transactions per year, and so they're quite busy. On the patient side of things, for those patients who are inpatients, our food nutrition services serves about 1,600 meals per day between 6 a.m. and 8 p.m. So they are quite busy. And they have many things on the menu that really are suitable for different diets that patients are on. And one really neat feature is room service, we call it. But if you're an inpatient, Regent Crow's shaking her head. If you're an inpatient, you can order your food so that you can order what you want off a menu that's customized for what your medical condition is, and within 45 minutes, the food comes to you in your patient room. And so there's a lot of technology behind that that really makes that work well. Our clinical nutrition services, people do, really there's sort of three phases to this. If you think about when you come into a hospital, the nurse is one of the first people that you're interacting with, and nurses do admission assessments. Part of that is their assessment of your nutritional status, if you have any needs, if you're on a special diet, if they have concerns about that. If in that screening process, the nurse determines there's perhaps some risk or follow-up that needs to be done on a patient's nutritional status, then a dietitian will be involved to come see you and assess the situation, prescribe the appropriate diet for you in coordination with your medical team. And then there's an education portion to what they do, because once you leave us, you need to understand about your diet and how to prepare things and what's important to eat and then perhaps not to eat. So they perform a great service there. Nutrition is really important for all of us. You see all kinds of commercials on TV these days, right, about nutritional supplements and all kinds of things you should do to be healthy. But honestly, nutrition has a big impact on the way a patient recovers from whatever illness or surgical procedure they have. And this particular slide just shows some of the benefits for better outcomes for patients if they have the right nutritional support. So what they do, our nutritionists do, is extremely important. Now, this is something you may not have heard about. I wanted to tell you about in the vein of nutritional services. We actually have a mother's milk bank in Iowa. And it opened, 21 years ago in 2002. And it's the 5th of its kind in the United States, and the first one that was started in the Midwest. So a lot of claim to fame there. What happens is there's mother's milk that's collected. It's pasteurized in this particular setting, and then given to patients and other folks, other babies who need that, right? And so we pasteurized, I think in the past year, over 1,900, almost 2,000 gallons of mother's milk. So that's like quite a bit, right? Serves a lot of little babies. Only about 23% of it, though, is given to babies in our own neonatal ICUs. And so that means then that the remaining milk that's left over is distributed across a variety of different states and hospitals. So I think it's a pretty neat way for moms here to serve other moms and babies, not only here in our state, but throughout. So it's another great example of how in Iowa we reach out to a lot of people even beyond our borders. Wanted to highlight, too, a great program that we have. This just started in May of 2021. It's our master's program of clinical nutrition. This program is, the degree is conferred by the Carver College of Medicine, and then the program is managed by our Department of Food and Nutrition Services. But this started out as a program that was a dietetic internship type program, and we were glad to bring this to University of Iowa. We have some claim to fame, too, in that it's a 20-month program, more or less 5 semesters, and the students have all of their didactic work, but a lot of clinical work within the hospital. And they had, the first class graduated in May of 2021, had a 100% pass rate, which is, you can't get any better than that. And they score extremely high on their licensure dietetic exams that they take. So we're really proud of that. We also have been able to recruit some graduates of that program to stay with us at UIHC and continue to work with us, and then others seek positions throughout the state. So that's a great benefit as well. So we always like to recognize people because we probably need to do much more of that in life, right? And so I wanted to just really recognize some of our providers. And so this is more of a group recognition. Our patients that come to the hospital, many of them receive a survey after their admission that they fill out that really rates, what was their experience like with us from a consumer's point of view. And in this, there are certain questions that they're asked about our providers, about what kind of explanations did we give to them about their condition? Did we include them in decisions impacting their care? And what is their likelihood of recommending our providers to other people? And so from that survey that's administered by Press Ganey, we had 174 that ranked in the top 10% nationally for providing a great patient experience. And so those providers spanned a whole lot of different departments within UI Healthcare, and we just want to give a shout out to them because our patients are what's most important. And that concludes the hospital and clinics portion of the presentation.
Next at the financial update through February. So starting with highlights, focusing on a little bit of how this year compares to last year, which still had quite a bit of pandemic impact on it. And you can kind of see that in the year-over-year changes. So like the discharges are up 0.6%, but patient days down 3.3%. And so we had a lot of high acuity medicine cases with really long length of stay. You know, in the last year, it's normalized a little more around the medical surgical mix, and that's why you're seeing the patient days come down overall a little bit. Another normalization aspect, you can see surgeries up 4.5% year over year. Ultimately, you've gotten to the point through February, now surgeries are basically at the level that they were pre-pandemic. So we've kind of come all the way back from that aspect as well. Clinic visits, you can see 5.5% decrease from last year, but that has the COVID urgent care in it. So if you take that out, we're up about 2.9% clinic activity year over year. A couple other elements around that. So salary expenses, you can see that's 2% below budget year to date. A lot of that's driven by the fact that we've got a little bit higher vacancy levels than we've budgeted. We have seen a little bit of decrease in agency, but it's been pretty flat since July overall. And we've seen some turning of the trends as far as additions for FTEs versus subtractions, so we're making some progress there. The non-salary expenses, 1.7% above budget. You know, the inflation aspects on that are 5 to 6%, you know, so it's higher than what we originally projected, given what's kind of going on in the economy. The operating margin, so actual 12.8% with directed payment, with the dollars going towards capital. If you take those out, the actual is about 1.2%. We have an overall goal for the year of 1%. We typically see higher volumes in the last quarter of the year, and so that's what you see. Through February, we're projected to be about a 1% loss, so we're ahead of budget there from that perspective. So just a couple things on the actual financials. So if you go to the gray section, you can see that 1.2% represents about $19.8 million year to date versus a budget $16 million. A couple lines there. If you go to the net operating revenue total, about $1.8 billion. That's 1.6% above budget. Some of that is that normalized trend. You know, we would use some of the effects of last year coming into this year's budget, but as we've seen more a normalized medical surgical mix, that's helped the net operating revenue a little bit. Operating expenses basically at budget. Again, part of that is salaries and wages under budget with the vacancy level, and then general expenses above. On the key metrics, one point I'd make here, so the Moody's medians, those come out typically at the end of April. So the data here, these comparators are about 12 months old. So I think these are you're gonna see some shifts the next time we present, because quite a bit has changed, obviously, in the industry. From an operating margin perspective versus these medians, if you look at without directed payment, it'd be about 0.3%. The estimates are that Moody's median, you know, it's at 4. I think it's going to go down to probably in the 1% range, but we'll see what comes out in April. Days cash about 250. The median's about 341. You know, I think that's going to come down a little bit as well. And then our debt to cap actually this month is right at the peer group median. So that's where we're at from a financial perspective through February.
Introduce Joe Clayman, who I introduced before, who's going to give an update on the bylaws amendments.
We were last here to talk about the proposed amended and restated bylaws of the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics in September of 2019. So we have made some proposed changes substantively. Those changes come by way of proposal of our internal governance structure, which is the Clinical Systems Committee. That committee brings it to the University of Iowa president for her approval. After President Barbara Wilson approved it, it now comes to you for your consideration today. There are 4 categories or types of changes. There are 3 substantive changes of significance to share with you, which I'll walk you through. The second category or type is improved governance efficiency, looking for ways to memorialize some of our improved governance practices that we've been engaging in. And lastly, are changes to clarity and readability. Just to highlight, there are 4 of those to make the document more user-friendly. In terms of strategic initiatives or substantive edits, as you're aware from previous meetings, we have reconstituted the Department of the Cardiothoracic Surgery as a clinical service, and this reflects that change. Secondly, as we've talked about many times in this meeting, people are the most important asset that we have, and we need to make sure that in the difficult times post-COVID that we are in every way, shape, and form supporting them and enabling them to do the great work that Kim highlighted. Thus, we are constituting a committee called People and Culture Subcommittee that focuses on issues of employee engagement, patient experience, staff development, and workplace safety, which are all issues facing healthcare providers across the United States. And we want to make sure that we're at the cutting edge of what we can do for our employees, our greatest asset. Furthermore, we are adding some more due process rights for our providers should there be an event in which they are looked at for physical or mental examinations or suspension rights. This is not in any way, shape, or form change of practice. This is rather memorializing existing practice to make sure that due process is set out clearly. In terms of efficiency of how we operate, we believe that making sure that attendance and participation and not having unnecessary governance is critical. As a result, we've upped and increased our attendance requirements for certain internal governance committees, and we've removed the performance improvement working group because that work could be incorporated into the existing quality safety oversight subcommittee, thereby reducing meetings and improving efficiency. Similarly, we added language making sure that it was clear how the process worked for making sure that annual reports came to you as a governing body from what had been happening internally, so just clarifying that process. In terms of clarity and readability, we added language because there are so many wonderful team members we have who are not physicians or nurses, but are other types of healthcare professionals, so we tried to add greater clarification of what we mean by that category by providing concrete examples. Similarly, we clarified language regarding who constitutes categories of our clinical staff, so it was easier to read and clarify the interaction between what various categories of members of the Carver College of Medicine and their medical staff appointment that go with that. I'm happy to answer any questions, but those are the highlights of the categories and changes we would like to bring forth for your consideration.
Are there any questions for Joe, first of all? Regent Barker?
Sure. The People and Culture Subcommittee is, what will that be replacing?
Yeah, actually, what it does is it takes work that was done disparately across the institution already. We had work groups focused on workplace safety. We had people focused on patient satisfaction, and they weren't as coordinated as we would like them to be. And so what it does is instead of taking, committees that were working and not connecting and reporting and give one place in which they're housed and there's greater performance accountability for them. So instead of it being net new, I would describe it as a greater organization of what we already have.
Anyone else? Then does anybody have any questions about their presentation earlier? Anything presented? Regent Barker?
A couple things. You mentioned about the Moody's thing. So did you say what that number would be if without directed payments?
So our number would be 0.3%.
Right.
Yes.
Do you know what the Moody's would be without directed payments? How we compare?
I think Moody's is going to be around 1% when it comes out.
Around 1%?
The update, yeah.
Okay, so we're lower than the Moody's average without directed payments, but higher
the Moody's
with.
would have everything in it.
Okay.
So the Moody's is a blend of all different organizations. So it would have, yes. Have everything.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. And I was just curious on the patient acuity index, is that moving up or down? Or?
So the patient acuity index is moving down slightly from the prior year. I mean, if you look at it versus 2019, it's up quite a bit from there, but we really had a high last year with some of these acuity levels. Okay. It's come down slightly since then.
But the long-term trend has been up.
Yes,
in that,
definitely up.
And so it's just a temporary drop.
Exactly.
You expect that to continue to increase?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. And then I was just curious on the flow chart that you had early in the beginning of the presentation. Do you know sort of roughly what the volume of patients is on the different colors? Like how many are in the orange, yellow, blue, and green?
That is a great question. I would say the majority of our patients are inpatients, right? If you look at this flow diagram. So in the emergency department, we see around 50,000 patient visits a year.
Okay.
I don't have for you a breakout of how many of those are discharged home and never go any further versus go to these other areas. I could find that for you.
Yeah, right. I'm just curious as to, like, if you were to make those, fat or thin, would one of them dominate the others, or are they reasonably even? So.
Right. That's a great question.
Okay.
I hate to give you a number because I don't know
Sure.
if I would be
Oh, yeah,
accurate or not.
Okay. Great. Well, thanks.
Okay.
If there are any other questions, then we're going to take a vote. A motion and a second are required to approve the proposed amended and restated bylaws for UIHC as outlined in the docket item. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Regent Dunkel, moved. Do I have a second? Regent Butker. Roll call vote. Regent Richards?
Yes.
Regent Barker?
Yes.
Regent Butker?
Yes.
Regent Crow?
Yes.
Regent Dunkel?
Yes.
Regent Lindmeyer?
Yes.
Regent Reiswick?
Yes.
Regent Rouse?
Yes.
Regent Bates votes yes. All approved. So, thank you. I want to thank you all for your report and all the good news that you brought. It had to feel good to stand down the incident command team that kind of put that in the past. And we enjoyed all your presentations. So thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Regent Bates. At this time, we have on the agenda the public comment. There has been no one has signed up to address it during public comment, so that we will move on from there. Is there any other business to come before the board today? Hearing none, this meeting of the Board of Regents is adjourned.